Good evening. This is Jim Reardon, President of the Capistrano Unified Board of Trustees. And I will say good afternoon and welcome to the July 15th, 2020 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 5:03 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2920, issued on March 17th, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting and take action on any item telephonically. The boardroom is closed to the public until further notice. However, we are providing that the public can participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. Most trustees are calling in telephonically this evening, and that being said, we will take the roll call from each of them. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll? I'll call the roll since I've got the microphone. Okay, Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Bullicus. She'll need to unmute Judy. We'll come back to her.
Here.
Oh, thank you. Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Holloway. I don't see Trustee Holloway. Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
And Trustee Reardon, I'm here. Trustee McNicholas and I are both at the Ed Center tonight, and the other participants are remote. Before the board recesses to closed session, are there anyone who would like to speak to a closed session agenda item? Now, just prior to the meeting, I was handed a list, so I'm going to be calling these names individually, and they will be brought into the meeting to address the board. Are you doing that, or is that being done by Susie? Okay. So Ms. Schmidt, Nicole Marino regarding student readmission.
That speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. Terry Walters regarding public health emergency.
That speaker is not on the line.
Jacqueline Pena.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Vicky Bravo.
That speaker is not on the line.
Thomas Carter.
That speaker is not on the line.
Tatiana Sevchenko.
That speaker is not on the line.
David Jordan.
That speaker is not on the line.
Jocelyn Ann Parayo.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay. Suryat Duryabi.
That speaker is.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Suryat, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
Thank you for the opportunity. I had a public health issue. I just wanted to express my concern about the recent OC news that came out that the schools can open without masking and social distancing. I have two kids at the Capistrano Unified School District, and I'm also a geneticist and microbiologist by training. And I think opening the schools this fall without masking and social distancing is not a good idea. First of all, I understand that everyone is talking about that children cannot be infected, or if they get infected is less severe as adults, but we need to consider teachers, the staff, and also family members that the kids go back to home with them, and also grandparents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aubrey Laidlaw.
That speaker is not on the line.
Katie Morales.
That speaker is here. One moment.
Thank you. It's Katya, excuse me.
My name is not Katya.
Okay. Go ahead and pronounce it for us and then,
Oh, no, my name's Liz Swenson, but it
okay.
sent me a thing to unmute my microphone, so I just wasn't sure if that was an error.
Oh,
Okay. I don't see you on the list. Oh, you are on the list, Liz, so go right ahead.
I did have a question. I wanted to speak in the open session as well, and I wanted to make sure that speaking during the closed session wouldn't forfeit that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you guys so much for what you're doing. I know this is a great deal of work that you have to do and a lot of important choices that you have to make. So I just wanted to start by saying that I applaud, respect, and support that you are following the guidance and guidelines from the county and state health departments. I think that is the right thing to do, but I also believe that this is the minimum you can do. You can decide, because it is up to you and you are our community's elected officials, to do the safest thing to protect our children, staff, and teachers. You can lead as LA, San Diego, Anaheim, Santa Ana, and Long Beach districts have. You can lead recognizing we are the only nation to attempt to send students into a classroom with the virus raging as it is in our community, and let the safety of our students and staff be your only guide. The data and the science are clear. It is unsafe to gather indoors, and it is unsafe for schools to open. You can send a shockwave of relief tonight to the teachers and families that are so uncertain and afraid. Teachers can start planning, families can start planning, and our community can finally move forward, making the best of this crazy, uncertain time. You are ultimately beholden to these stakeholders. Please do the right and safe thing.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to the list. Is there a Katia Morales online?
there is. 1 second.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, go ahead, Katia.
Hi. Hello, everyone, and thank you for what you're doing. And I am in the same worry as the two previous speakers. The way things are going, we cannot look at things politically. We have to do what is factual and safe. And this is for our whole community. This is for everyone. This is, I have a asthmatic child, and she had a terrible year this past year, and that was without the virus. I can even imagine if my girl, something would happen to her. And I worry for young and old. I worry for everybody, for the teachers as well. So I would say that I make everybody accountable if anything happens to my child. If she has to go to school, because if she has to go to school, if anything happens to her, I would extremely worry, because she is in that position where she cannot have or she cannot get ill. This is someone that has gone through a lot because of the asthma and this virus triggering the asthma. I can't even imagine. She spent 1 week at the Naval Hospital just because, the asthma. I cannot imagine, her going through a terror. I've been taking care of her while she's here. She's done so well, in which, but I extremely worry, So thank you. Please consider everyone. And I am praying, but also, we need to do what is right. We need to do this for the community. We need to do this for the children who can be potentially, be in danger. We have to do this even for the ones that we don't think they might. So but I make you responsible if anything happens to my child. So thank you. Have a great day. God bless.
Thank you, Katya. The next speaker is Jocelyn Ann Parayo. She was on the list earlier.
That speaker is not on the list.
Okay. Katie, no last name.
Katie O'Mara is here. 1 minute.
Hi.
Hi, Katie. Go ahead.
Hi. Okay, so I've been to just about every Zoom meeting and in-person meeting thus far, and it confuses the heck out of me. Every person that stands up here and says, I'm scared to send my kiddos to school because of X reason, no matter what, will have the option to keep their kids home and school them there, period. Nobody's arguing that. No one is taking away this opportunity to those individuals. Nobody is making them send their kids to school. I don't know why that's even part of the conversation. Me, as well as many other parents, are also advocating for the right to send our kiddos to school. We are fighting for the option even to do so. I think a few parents today forget that there is already an option for home learning. Opening up our schools as you're planning with 3 options is a wonderful way that serves every family involved to the best of their abilities. I am a holistic medical provider. One thing I believe in is choice. Not every family is the same. Not every child is the same. Giving families the option of either sending their kiddos to school full-time or giving families the option to keep their kids at home for schooling not only shows strong leadership from the school board, but it shows that you want what is best for our community. Same with teachers. I advocate for the teachers who feel uncomfortable to be in class. Online students are going to need an online teacher. On the flip side, closing the schools does the exact opposite. It takes away all hope, all options, all opportunities for families and their children to get the education that serves them best. It shuts down conversation. It shuts down respect for an entire community. All we are asking for is an option. You are either continuing to give the options to support every family in Capo Unified School District or taking away all 3 options and essentially to do a disservice to 2/3 of the families who would either like a hybrid or like to send their kiddos to school. So thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to fight for what's best for our own kiddos. And again, nobody is making no school is making the kids go to school. There's excellent options at home. So thank you.
Thank you, Katie. The next speaker, Natani Spencer, please.
That speaker is not in the room.
Okay, we'll go to Hillary Soloway.
Hi there.
Hello, go ahead, Hillary.
Hi, I wanted to say I agree with that previous speaker completely. But I also wanted to say that the last time I was here, I said I wasn't sure that my son's future educational career, and I'm sad to say that my position hasn't changed. Our children are not dying of COVID-19. According to the CDC, a child's risk of dying from COVID is 0.0%. And the OC Health Agency states that, quote, the risk of your child developing coronavirus infection from exposure is low, and COVID-19 rarely causes serious infection in children, end quote. In fact, a person 25 years or younger is more than 50 times likely to die on their way to school. In an official peer-reviewed journal by the American Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. William Raska, who is a pediatric infectious disease specialist, stated that, quote, the data are striking, and the key takeaway is that children are not driving this pandemic, end quote. We are in the 11th week of a decline in deaths in the US due to pneumonia, influenza, or COVID-19. We are down to a 5.5% mortality rate, which is below the threshold of an epidemic. Did you know that according to the CDC, influenza reached epidemic levels for 10 weeks straight in 2004 and 5 at 8.9%? I was a freshman in college in 2004, and I did not have a distance learn. I did not have to wear a mask or stay away from anyone outside of my household. The CDC's definition of a COVID-19 case includes confirmed and probable cases or deaths. A probable case or death means that there was, quote, no confirmatory laboratory testing performed for COVID-19, end quote. This means I could be contacted for contact tracing and be counted as a COVID case. Or I could exhibit COVID symptoms, never test positive, die from a clear alternate cause, and still be counted as a COVID death. This is important because the recent rise in cases are dictating the way in which our schools are open or staying closed. What I want to emphasize tonight is that even with all this data directly from the CDC, the choice to even send my kids to school may be taken away from me. It should be a choice to send my kid to school. It should be a choice to put a mask on my kid's face. It should be a choice to keep my kid home to sit in front of a computer all day. It should be a choice for a teacher to work remotely or in the classroom. I know plenty of teachers that have no hesitation going back into the classroom. No one is being forced to go to school. You have the option to distance learn. But by forcing everyone to stay home, you're eliminating that choice. Classified and certificated staff should feel safe, knowing that the population they're coming into contact with daily has the lowest risk of contracting, dying, or spreading COVID-19. You can't say the same for the person working their tail off at any restaurant, grocery store, or other essential service everyone else is using. In my humble opinion, education is an essential service. Please keep our schools open and give us a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Paul Salermo, please.
Thanks, David.
That speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. We've already heard from Liz Swenson, who is on the list here, so let's go with Elizabeth Hatch.
That speaker is not on the line.
Okay. I'll ask you right now, are there other speakers on the line? We missed a lot of names.
No, that concludes closed session speakers.
Thank you. Okay. And with that, the board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items: public health emergency, consultation with the agency counsel, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to 3 cases, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation in 2 cases, conference with real property negotiators, property PA3 K8 school number 2, an approximate 20-acre school site, and property South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility, 5.51 acre property located at 26126 Victoria Boulevard in Dana Point. Next, we will consider public employee employment and appointment, assistant superintendent, and principals for K-12, and public employee discipline dismissal release, 1 case, and conference with labor negotiators involving CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, and KUMA. And finally, a student readmission, 1 case. Board will now recess to closed session.
We just leave the meeting. It'll be fine.
Okay. Ms. Hayes and Ms. Schmidt, we are about to start.
Fifteen seconds.
Okay.
My questions are on 30 and 31.
Mhm. I will begin. This is Board President Jim Reardon, and good evening, and welcome to the June 15th, 2020 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session, and the time is 7:28 p.m. We apologize that the closed session ran over a little bit. We're going to try to move right through the open session agenda. Please note on agenda item number 31, second reading, temporary board policy T5121.1, grades/evaluation of student achievement. There is a typo in the last sentence, and it should read, quote, following discussion, it is recommended the Board of Trustees approve temporary board policy T5121.1, comma, grades/evaluation of student achievement, end quote. Please also note that all items on the agenda tonight will be considered by roll call vote. So I will call the meeting to order, and Ms. Hayes, would you call the roll?
Meeting was called to order at 7:26 p.m. Trustee Hanachek,
Here.
Trustee Bulikas,
Here.
Trustee Castellanos,
Here.
Trustee Holloway, we'll come back to Trustee Holloway, Trustee Jones,
Here.
Trustee McNicholas,
Here.
Trustee Reardon,
Here.
and Trustee Holloway. Okay, we'll help support get Trustee Holloway onto the call. Thank you.
Great. I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if you don't mind. Standing in the general direction of the flag, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America
and to
to
the
the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible.
indivisible, with
with
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
A second, please.
Second.
Okay, that was McNicholas and Bulikas. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll for approval of the agenda.
Trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
Trustee Bulikas,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Holloway,
Aye.
Trustee Jones,
Trustee Jones, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Trustee Reardon.
Aye. Thank you. And let's note that Trustee Holloway has joined us and include her in the roll call.
She's included.
Yeah, the motion to approve the agenda passes 7-0. Report out of closed session. Ms. Hayes, could you please read out the report from the closed session?
On agenda item 3A, public health emergency, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendations on ADR case number 2019-0425, ADR case number 2019-1220, 202-00622. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendations on OAH case numbers 2019-020057 and case numbers 202-00622. 0020-370. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators, item D1, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item D2, trustees voted 7-0 to approve First Amendment to option to lease real property. This First Amendment to option to lease real property, South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility, is a 5.51 acre property located at 26126 Victoria Boulevard, Dana Point, California. This amendment is made this 15th day of June, 2020, by and between Capistrano Unified School District, a public school district duly organized and validly existing under the Constitution and laws of the state of California, and Toll Brothers Incorporated, a Pennsylvania corporation. On agenda item 3E, public employee employment appointment, trustees voted 7-0 to appoint Jennifer Garrett Smalley, Assistant Superintendent, School Leadership and Instruction Secondary, and to appoint Dave Stewart, Assistant Superintendent, School Leadership and Instruction Elementary. On agenda item E2, trustees voted 7-0 to adopt resolution 2021-4, resolution delegating authority to approve appointments of administrators to the superintendent. On agenda item 3F, public employee discipline, dismissal, or release, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation. On agenda item 3G, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. And finally, on agenda item 3H, student readmission, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on case number 2019073. And this concludes my report.
Unmute there. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. That will bring us to board and superintendent comments. And we'll start off with comments from the superintendent.
Great. Good evening. I want to welcome all of you tonight and to share a few updates. I want to first begin by providing some clarity to our families with regard to the vote by the Orange County Board of Education Monday night. Local school districts are not bound to any recommendations that were approved by the County Board of Education. The County Board of Education has no direct oversight authority of this board's decisions in reopening. That board is a separate entity from our CUSD Board of Trustees. The CUSD Board of Trustees approves our plans, which are made specific to our school community, and we will implement our approved plans for reopening schools. We continue to follow the guidance provided by the California Department of Public Health and the Orange County Healthcare Agency as we develop and implement these reopening plans. These safety guidelines must be followed and are not the decision of our Board of Trustees. Since our June 17th board meeting, our staff has been working to finalize our reopening schools plan and to prepare for the discussion this evening. I'm proud of the flexible, adaptable plan that we are presenting tonight, a plan that provides our families with choices about how they want to start school in the fall. Our hope, as we have shared many times before, is that we would open as normally as possible. Tonight, we're a little more than a month away, and normal doesn't look possible at this point. But in this plan, our families can assess their individual desires for in-class instruction, online, or a mix of both. We know that our families will be making these decisions for a variety of different reasons: health risks, health and safety guidelines, their opinions about those guidelines. Whatever the reason may be, that's okay. Our goal is to provide our board with choices while ensuring a continued commitment to instructional excellence, and I look forward to the discussion this evening. I want to thank my leadership team, our task force members, and our principals, teachers, and staff for the time they've invested in this reopening plan. I also want to thank Joy Schnapper, President of CUEA, Rhonda Whalen, President of CSEA, and Sam Carlin of Teamsters for their collaboration and partnership as we continue to work through and build plans to keep our students and staff safe in our reopening plans for this fall. I also want to take a moment to thank our CUSD students, past and present, for their voices and their commitment to helping CUSD be a more inclusive, respectful, and more welcoming place for all students. During the June board meeting, our trustees unanimously approved a resolution denouncing all acts of racism, intolerance, and unlawful discrimination. And we heard from many students who shared very painful experiences about their time in our classrooms and on our campuses as we committed to working with them to create change and identify specific actions we can take as a district. On July 8th, members of the Executive Cabinet, members of the Cultural Proficiency Task Force, and I met with student representative, both past and present, from CUSD Against Racism to discuss their ideas for next steps, which include identifying novels and curriculum that are more diverse and exploring an Apex online ethnic studies course pilot, continuing restorative practices in our discipline practices, updating the district's discipline handbook and discipline policies to make bullying and racism priorities, provide training included with the annual policy acceptance procedures, improve our complaint website accessibility, engaging the student representative to the board to support student representatives on the Cultural Proficiency Task Force, provide transparency for the Cultural Proficiency Task Force by creating a web page and posting agendas. These are only the beginning steps we'll take to make our district more inclusive for every student. And I look forward to continued work with our students and the Cultural Proficiency Task Force. Finally, tonight, I want to wish Mr. Josh Hill the best in his next adventure. I will miss him and CUSD will miss him. And I also want to say congratulations to Jen Smalley and Dave Stewart. Jen Smalley's new role as Assistant Superintendent School Leadership and Instruction overseeing secondary, and Dave Stewart was appointed this evening to Assistant Superintendent School Leadership and Instruction overseeing elementary. And this concludes my report this evening.
Thank you. Now comments from members of the Board of Trustees, and we'll start with Trustee Hanachek.
Thank you. I actually had a lot I wanted to say, but I'm going to wait till item 28 because there's just so much going on. So thank you. One quick thing though, Josh, you will be greatly missed. You are a gifted leader, and that high school is going to get a great leader in you. So I feel terrible that you aren't staying here with CUSD, and we will miss you greatly. Best of luck.
Trustee Bullicus.
No comments at this time.
Okay, Trustee Castellanos, please.
No comments. Thank you.
Trustee Holloway.
I just want to wish Josh Hill the best in his new position, and he will be very much missed.
Trustee Jones, please.
I want to add my voice to wishing Josh Hill well and let him know that I will be getting in touch with the people at his new high school to give them ammunition about things they can tease him about. But I have a comment also for the public interest. I sit on an advisory board at Mission Hospital that is chaired by the hospital CEO, Seth Teigen. Yesterday, the committee had a virtual meeting, and I asked Mr. Teigen about reports that Orange County hospitals have taken COVID patients from other counties. And he said that while the 4 hospitals in Orange County's St. Joseph system have accepted patients from other counties, the total number in all 4 hospitals has never exceeded single digits. At this time, the 4 St. Joseph's hospitals are not taking COVID patients from other counties. Mr. Teigen asked that the committee members help dispel the rumor that local hospitalization rates are being inflated by patients from other counties. It is simply not true, and I ask those listening to spread the word as well. Thank you.
Trustee McNicholas.
My comment is about and to Josh Hill. Josh, I want to let you know that I have contacted my colleagues on the Newport Mesa School Board. I've tried my best to give them some negative feedback on you so they might not hire you, but I couldn't think of any. So it didn't work, and good luck.
Yes, and I'll just echo that. Josh, good luck in a new position. We'll certainly miss you around here. We're going to move now to oral communications. This is the opportunity for members of the public to speak to the school board on items that are not agendized this evening. And I have a list. So if we're ready, I'll begin calling the names and we can bring each of the speakers into the meeting.
Go ahead.
Okay, the first speaker would be Joy Justice, please.
Joy Justice is not on the line.
Okay. The next speaker would be Kava Ardalan.
Kava is not on the line.
Okay. Aaron McClure.
Aaron is not on the line.
Okay. Vahid Puna.
Vahid is not on the line.
Thank you. Jaime Rodriguez.
Jaime is not on the line.
Susan McNair, CUC PTSA President.
Sue is on the line with us.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. Good evening, school board trustees, superintendent, district officials, and parents. I am Sue McNair, president of CUC PTSA, which is the Capistrano Council of PTSAs, representing the 54 PTAs in CUSD. PTA's mission is to positively impact the lives of all children and families. PTA has a long history of promoting inclusion and standing against racial injustice. Our PTA Council voted today on a statement that I would like to read. The title, CUC PTSA denounces racial injustice and calls for greater equity and inclusion. Here's the statement. Capistrano Unified Council of PTSA denounces racial injustice, violence, and the recurring brutal mistreatment of Blacks, Latinx, and any minority groups in our nation and community. We stand demanding change for these groups to be accepted and included, empowered, and educated. As parents and caregivers, we do everything in our power to protect our children from harm. But the reality of continuing discrimination and injustice makes that impossible for many of our children and families of color. This cannot continue. Capistrano Unified Council of PTSA joins our community, education, and equity partners in seeking concrete actions to address the pattern of institutional discrimination and violence against Blacks, Latinx, and any minority groups. CUC PTSA commits to working toward eliminating implicit bias, racism, and inequities. We are working to bring life to the principles of inclusion, equity, and diversity. PTA's mission is to positively impact the lives of all children and families. Therefore, CUC PTSA strives to create communities that provide safety, opportunity, and a nurturing environment. Thank you for the opportunity to read our statement.
Thank you, Sue. We'll now go to Joanna, please.
Johanna is not on the line.
Okay, and Diana Barnes, please.
Diana Barnes is not on the line.
Joy Schnapper.
Joy is with us this evening.
Good. Go ahead, Joy.
Good evening. Recently, there has been some confusion regarding the role of a public employee union and how we operate within our district. Our job is not to protect bad teachers. Instead, our role is to protect the working environment and the working conditions of employees. Our job is not to prevent someone from getting fired. Rather, our role is to protect the process when someone is accused of immoral or illegal conduct. I think everyone in America appreciates that they are entitled to defend themselves when faced with any accusation, rightly or wrongly accused. I think any one of us would surely expect we'd get our day in court, and not just the court of public opinion or social media. I'd like to share a few examples of what we do as compared to what we don't do, and how this trickles down to the students we teach in CUSD. Teachers do in fact get released from their positions. Educators from preschool to adult transition do not receive tenure. That is reserved for university professors. we receive permanent status, and that is only after we make it through rigorous hurdles outlined in the California standards for the teaching profession. Simply put, the CSTPs support the creation of classroom communities and curricula in which students with varying backgrounds, learning styles, strengths, interests, needs, and abilities are engaged and challenged as learners. Unions also collectively bargain the rights of their members. This means we look at pay and benefits. We look at how changes to the working conditions impact our members. We give the employees a voice for the decisions being made by the board and administration. The working environment we bargain for is the same classrooms where students attend school. That means when a classroom is free from mold, has working HVAC, is outfitted with the most up-to-date equipment, is stocked with adequate supplies, gets cleaned regularly, has access to technology, etc., students are receiving instruction in an environment that is best for them to learn in. Article 7 in our contract clearly outlines staff evaluations. When a teacher gets hired, they are considered temporary for 1 year. If they receive a positive evaluation by their immediate supervisor, they can become probationary in their 2nd year. In reality, some people make it to probationary status and some people don't. Some teachers will then move into permanent status while some remain probationary until a permanent position opens up. Although this is simplified for the sake of time, these are the steps that educators are subject to before receiving a permanent job in the district. So what do unions do? They make sure these processes are followed. If someone is not doing their job, not performing to the standards, not receiving positive evaluations, we have language that helps the district do their work in dealing with these situations. We encourage progressive discipline just as we utilize in our classrooms. Article 18 covers progressive discipline. If something is egregious, then there might be immediate dismissal, but progressive discipline is an important component of any organization, school, or business. I wish you could see us as collaborative with the same end game in mind. CUSD needs strong unions. In general, unions are associated with higher productivity, lower employee turnover, improved workplace communication, and a better trained workforce. That's what unions do.
Thank you, Joy. Excuse me. The next speaker would be Rhonda Whalen, please.
Rhonda is with us this evening.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
Okay, here we are. I wanted to respond to a comment made during the previous board meeting about unions protecting systematic racism by protecting bad employees. So the system referred to is called Capistrano Unified School District, and all organizations and individuals involved in this system own this problem and must be part of the solution. All stakeholder groups, including trustees, district administration and management, teachers, classified employees, students in the community, share the responsibility to evaluate our entire system, identify where the system is failing, and working collaboratively to develop, implement, and monitor significant change. No single group, not just the unions, not just the trustees, not just management, are able to do this work in isolation and without input and inclusion of students and community members. If trustees don't provide guidance and oversight, we have failed. If we don't have a way for those who encounter racism to feel that they are listened to and do not face reprisals for reporting concerns, we have failed. If we don't have a system in place to investigate reports with no consequences for district leaders who don't follow through, we have failed. If district leaders don't initiate appropriate disciplinary steps when needed, we have failed. If unions don't let members know that racism isn't tolerated in their own groups and that there are consequences for behavior as employees of CUSD, we have failed. If we don't have education and interventions in place to help students understand how to identify racism and report it when they see it or experience it, or to understand that targeting peers with racist behavior will not be tolerated, we have failed. There is no room nor time for divisive statements that divert the focus away from this serious problem. We need to get to work immediately to create an organization that is wholly inclusive and free from racist or exclusionary behavior. Pointing at any single group and characterizing them in a negative way is exactly the behavior we are seeking to eliminate from our system. We need collaboration and not criticism. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. The next speaker would be Lane Schmidt.
Lana is on the line with us.
Lana, yeah, excuse me, Lana. Go ahead, Lana.
Hello.
I hesitated to speak today because I thought that reopening was going to be front and center on everyone's mind, but I am also here to talk about racism in our district and staying focused on that for the long run. So I'm speaking on behalf of the student leaders of CUSD Against Racism. For those people who don't know, who might be listening, that is a student-led organization that seeks to amplify BIPOC voices in our district. And while they have a list of objectives, I wanted to speak today about the topic of curriculum and staff and community support. So I'm Lana Schmidt. I'm not only a parent to a CUSD student, but I'm also a teacher here. I've been teaching for 20 years and I teach English language arts. And I can say with confidence that our curriculum needs revamping. Thank you, board, already for creating the space for this conversation. I am urging a solid follow through on these promises. So like the students and teachers at the July 8th meeting, I wanted to reiterate my support for the initiative to diversify the curriculum that represents people of color. While individual teachers have taken steps in this direction already, we must intensify this work now and encourage all teachers from elementary to high school to include diverse texts and perspectives, and even in some cases, change the scope of what we teach and how we are teaching it. Every teacher can refresh their course with a curriculum that offers more robust, truthful, and inclusive view of their subject, our country, and the world. And I would hope that the board supports teachers in revamping the curriculum to meet this objective. Additionally, I'm calling on all of you who are here, parents and teachers, to tap into your own diverse, rich experiences and backgrounds to come forward and support this action. So I would like to, for those of you guys who are listening, I would like to offer 3 suggestions on how you can call, how you can all serve this need. 1, create or join a group at your school that focuses on promoting diversity, inclusion, and anti-racist policy. 2, commit to developing and sharing lessons that reflect the experiences, perspective, and voices of Black, Indigenous people of color. And 3, invite fellow educators to join this effort so that we can truly shift our district's culture to be more inclusive and diverse. If you're interested in being part of this effort, please visit the CUSD Against Racism Instagram page. They have a Google form, or you can send an email to me and I will provide that link to you. My name is Lana Schmidt, San Clemente High School. You can find me on School Loop. I also wanted to thank you
so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lana. Next, we'd be looking at Jeff Garino.
Jeff is not on the line with us.
Thank you. Stephanie Hu.
Stephanie is here with us.
Stephanie, go ahead.
Sorry. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Hu, and I am a student representative from the Youth-Led Coalition, CUSD Against Racism. Before we begin addressing our demands and how we plan to collaborate with the board in the future, CUSD Against Racism would like to remind the board that the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic disproportionately affects students of color. Black, Indigenous, and people of color experience inequalities in healthcare due to long-standing structural inequalities. This makes students of color far more vulnerable to COVID-19 than their white counterparts, particularly affecting Black students. Statistically, Black students are more likely to live in crowded houses due to unaffordable housing from gentrification, which undoubtedly increases transmission of the virus. According to Harvard University, Black people are more susceptible to conditions like diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease than other groups, leaving many vulnerable to COVID-19. Statistically, they also endure gaps in health insurance coverage and unequal access to health services. Harvard University states that Black children have a 500% higher death rate from asthma compared with white children. Long-standing racial biases is a reason for these inequities, as seen in a 2015 report published by the American Medical Association. White Americans spend 80 minutes waiting for or receiving care, while Black Americans spend 99 minutes and Latinos spend 105 minutes waiting for that same care. It's obvious that students of color do not and will not receive the same level of medical attention when compared to their white counterparts. In a district where 43.7% of students identify as people of color, our district must take this into consideration and ensure that its fall plan will protect all of its students and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, we have Esther Mafuta.
Esther is on the line with us.
Go ahead, Esther.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
Hi, good evening. My name is Esther Mafuta March, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition of Alumni and Students that make up CUSD Against Racism. I first want to acknowledge that since our meeting with the Cultural Proficiency Task Force and Superintendent Vital, some of our asks have been set in motion, and we appreciate the receptiveness that have been shown to making anti-racist changes so far. We would like to thank CUSD staff for agreeing to introduce an online anti-bias training for teachers this year, continue training in restorative practices, and agreeing to update the discipline handbook. This is a great start. However, we must remember that the key phrase in all this is that things have only been set in motion. We want to ensure that they will not just stay in motion, but that these anti-racist structures are built and that they will last. We envision a school system that is not only high achieving, but one that is also a diverse and equitable environment for all students. We will be staying engaged to make sure that the district follows through with promises to diversify curriculum and update the discipline handbook with a focus on restorative justice. We would also like the district to specifically commit to extend anti-bias educational workshops to all students and make ethnic studies a graduation requirement following the pilot period. Additionally, while we appreciate the district statement that it will engage the student representative to the board to support student representatives on the Cultural Proficiency Task Force, it is important to keep in mind that the student representative is only one student in a district of over 50,000. We urge the district to follow through with incorporating more student representatives from each high school onto the Cultural Proficiency Task Force. Furthermore, we think it is crucial for the district to do more to address the racist bullying that is clearly pervasive on CUSD campuses. Through the over 830 heartbreaking instances of racism that were recorded through our survey, it is clear that the school district's current anti-bullying policy, which includes racist bullying, is not sufficient for protecting students. Responses to the survey reveal that there's a widespread lack of confidence that instances of racist bullying are not being appropriately addressed in CUSD schools, and the district has not yet taken steps to address these concerns. We would like to see the district's anti-bullying policy strengthened in several ways, including increased transparency and comprehensive district-wide training that will enable staff to recognize and intervene in instances of bullying. We will continue to advocate for these changes until they are made. We hope that CUSD staff will work with us on this to ensure that all students can learn in an environment where they are free from hatred and harassment, and to support student-run anti-bullying programs in CUSD like Cool to Be Kind. We will be presenting further on this and other important changes at the next board meeting, and hope that you will listen and take action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Esther. Next, we have Olivia Fu.
Olivia is with us this evening.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. You're with the board.
Amazing. Thank you. Hi, my name is Olivia Fu, and I am also a student with CUSD Against Racism. I will be following up on the ask that Esther just mentioned, and again want to commend the district for demonstrating to us through the Cultural Proficiency Task Force the next steps that they will be taking to combat racism in the school district. We ask, however, that the district also communicates the steps that the district plans on taking, as well as demonstrates that they value not only diversity, but that they value the lives of their Black students and other students of color to all families in the Capo USD district. It is important to show through their actions the steps the district is taking, but also to communicate this and show through their words that this is a priority. So just wanting to ensure that we are communicating our ask that the district sends a statement out either via phone, via email to all families in the school district, indicating that they support the Black students, they support the students of color, and that they will be taking steps to create a more anti-racist school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Next, we have Sole Sarmiento.
Soli is with us this evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, just fine. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Soleil Sarmiento, and I am also speaking on behalf of CUSD Against Racism. As Esther previously mentioned, CUSD Against Racism has been in conversation with the Cultural Proficiency Task Force and the Executive Cabinet this past month to discuss what steps CUSD needs to take in order to create a more equitable future for students of color on their campuses. We are grateful to hear that many of our proposals are planning to be implemented in the 2020 to 2021 school year. But there is still a lot of work that must be done in order to ensure students of color in CUSD are being heard and accounted for. In August, CUSD Against Racism will be presenting an agenda item on how the district can continue to ramp up efforts to combat racism in CUSD schools, including the specific changes to anti-bullying policies that were mentioned earlier. This presentation will be informed by our continued conversations with the Cultural Proficiency Task Force, students, parents, teachers, and other school staff. Some of the areas that we will be elaborating on in the August meeting include the diversification of curriculum, strengthening of anti-bullying policies, restorative justice training and implementation, educational equity, and the changing of campus cultures to be more inclusive of people of color. We would like to go over these areas with every board member prior to the August meeting so that we can further discuss our ideas to you. It is important we know where you stand on these issues so we can understand any questions or concerns you have. For this reason, we will be reaching out to each board member individually to schedule a meeting with you, and we expect a response on your behalf. We look forward to meeting with you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sole. And I'd like to go back and check if Diana Barnes is on the line.
She is not.
Okay, she was registered on the next item, but noted in the comment that she wanted oral communication. That's why I asked. So that concludes our oral communication speakers this evening. And we now move to the consent calendar. Note that per board policy 9323.2 and in accordance with law, the public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda may be removed and given individual consideration as a regular agenda item. I have 4 speakers for the consent calendar. They've listed items 20, 23, and 15. So I guess we will consider those to be pulled and considered individually. Are there any items that trustees would like to pull?
President Reardon, our procedure is to listen to the comments and then decide whether or not to pull the items.
Because they can't pull it out.
Yes, okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead with the comments then. Let's start with Julie Robertson.
Julie, go ahead.
So tonight I am going to start with talking about item number 15.
Yes, go ahead.
And this is to do with the Apex learning. And I just wanted to note that I am a 4th grade teacher at Canyon Vista, and I have taught in this district since 1996. And starting just days after our regular school ended, I, along with many other amazing teachers, began working on the science curriculum development for the Canvas online platform, along with other teachers in other subject areas. When looking at this item, it says that the cost for the Apex is $8.15 per student for a total of $203,988.41. It seems to me that a better use of our money and the time that has been implemented would be for us to use the Canvas platform that has been developed for elementary. This would be free to our district, and it is using the district adopted curriculum that students are used to. It has the rigor, it has the engagement, and it is using the district adopted materials that we spent millions on. So I'm questioning the reason why we're going with Apex as opposed to Canvas. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Would any trustees like to pull that for a little discussion?
I will, just so we can clarify an answer.
Okay, so trustee McNicholas has pulled the item.
Could we just have staff give a short explanation on that and then maybe move on?
Okay, then if staff can explain, then I'll resist pulling it.
Okay. Perhaps Dr. Merwin could help us with that one.
Thank you, President Reardon and trustees. Yes, so to clarify for the speaker, the Canvas is the learning management system similar to School Loop. Canvas is something that is was approved June 24th at the board meeting for K through 12 in order to organize content. So Canvas is the management system to organize the online modules and the content inside of it. The Apex is actually for grades 6 through 12 because the speaker was talking about elementary. Elementary is using district created online curriculum. We shared that at the June 24th board meeting as well. And so that's all absolutely built by district teachers for elementary. For secondary, because there's such a significant number of courses, the reopening team came up with a consensus and presented it to the board June 24th that we needed to purchase Apex curriculum because there was no way to build online curriculum for all the courses in grades 6 through 12. So just to clarify again, that Apex is grades 6 through 12, and it is not elementary, and Canvas is the learning management system. It is not an online module.
Thank you. Do you still want to pull that?
Nope, that satisfies mine.
That satisfies the question here. So we'll move on to Emily Sakai, and this is about item 20.
Emily is with us.
Okay, sorry, there's been a mistake. I'm with the CUSD Against Racism, and I'm part of the task force. And I clicked on the wrong box, so I'm so sorry.
All right. Do you have anything new to offer that we haven't heard from the other members of the task force?
No, they basically said everything that we wanted to cover. But thank you so much for giving me the chance to talk.
All right, thank you for joining us.
President Reardon, it's Amy. Due to the nature of how awkward this can be, if we do miss folks or folks didn't get their chance to speak, they know they can always email any of us their thoughts, what they had planned to say. I would love to hear from you. And even if it's repetitive of what a speaker had before, I think it's really important to have your voice. So please feel free to do that. You can find our emails on the website, or you can send them to Colleen and she disseminates to us. Thank you.
Very good point. Thank you. So we're on to an item for Silicon Rock, which is item 23. Silicon on the line.
Suakan is not with us this evening.
Okay, so that brings us back to the consent calendar. Do trustees have any items that they'd like to pull independently?
I do. I'd like to pull in item 3. It would be for project dimensions.
Okay. And other trustees, any other items? Okay, hearing none, would I have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar without item 3?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll call the roll on that vote. Trustee Hanachek. This is to approve the consent calendar, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aye.
Aye. We just need to get it on the audio.
Right. Sorry.
Thank you. Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. So we will consider item 3 at the end. Discussion and action items, and that brings us to item 28, reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year. And I will recognize Dr. Greg Merwin, Chief Academic Officer, to present this item.
Thank you very much, President Reardon and trustees and Superintendent Vitale. It is our pleasure to return tonight to present item 28, the district's reopening schools plan for 2020-2021 school year for your approval. With your permission, I'm going to share my screen and bring up the PowerPoint on the screen.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Give me one moment here. And President Reardon and trustees, can you see my screen?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So during this presentation, staff will share an overview of the plan and its 4 components. And we're going to focus on the key areas that were developed and planned since the June 17th, 2020 board meeting. We're also going to briefly return to the community values that are foundational to this plan and give context to the program models that we will recommend. We will also share a timeline and next steps. As we review the 4 components, please keep in mind that this plan supports all students, but it provides additional on-campus learning opportunities for our elementary students and our students with disabilities. Focuses on foundational skills and personalized instruction with class sizes that are reduced in half, and calls out the need for more services and support for our juniors and seniors. The plan also provides choice for families, including a 100% online learning option and on-campus learning experiences in alignment with the guidance of the California Department of Public Health and Orange County Healthcare Agency. And finally, as a reminder, due to our limited funding, the reopening plan does require the temporary use of current staffing and resources to the greatest extent possible, while leveraging the one-time funds from the Federal CARES Act to realize the community values of prioritizing our students in the earliest grades and our students with disabilities. The plan has 4 components as listed on this slide. The key components are underlined. Number 1, safety and well-being standards for students and employees. Number 2, flexible, consistent, engaging curriculum and instruction. Number 3, mental health, emotional support, social emotional learning, and cultural diversity. And number 4, both on-campus and online learning modules. We are grateful for the work of these 2 reopening school teams, the lead team and the logistics team. They have met a jaw-dropping 24 times because they actually have met again since this was posted. And these 2 teams continue to meet and will meet throughout the summer in preparation for opening day. The list of these members is in the addendum. And you'll notice that both these teams have grown in size since we were last together June 17th. And that is to make sure all voices are in the room for planning. As shared in the June 17th community values are the foundation of this plan. We talked about it June 17th, and just bringing it back quickly again tonight. These values drive the work and identify our priorities. The overarching themes of safety, connectedness, and learning are prioritized in this reopening plan. The complete list of values is in the addendum of the report, but we wanted to highlight the values of safety, connectedness, normalcy, and equity for our students in the earliest grades and our students with disabilities. We also wanted to mention that back on June 17th, we talked about a district survey for teachers because we value our teachers and our staff, and we want to make sure their values and their interests are also considered in this plan. In the board report, we have the details regarding the teacher survey that was administered in June, but it also here shows shared values of safety, preparedness, and effective communication. The next several slides highlight component number 1, health and safety. And as this slide states, all reopening plan safety and health measures align with the California Department of Public Health and Orange County Healthcare Agency guidelines, as Superintendent Vitale said in her opening comments. As a public entity, it is underlined there, and just once again to say, we are required to have a standard of care as a public entity, and these two organizations, the Department of Public Health and our county healthcare agency, provide the guidance for such a standard. So we recognize that families and staff are eager to know, what does a typical day look like for a student when they return to school? On pages 7 through 9 in the board report, and also in our Reopening Schools webpage live today. So if you go on to the Reopening Schools webpage on the front page of the website, you can actually click on that snapshot of a typical day for a student. And we are sharing the details to describe the safety measures that will be in place before, during, and after a typical school day. It's important to note that staff will continue to closely monitor county and state guidelines and would adjust health and safety standards accordingly. So we also recognize too that the structure of this day describes is an elementary focus. So we recognize that. However, even though it's an elementary typical day, some of the scheduling structures, the guidelines that are followed in the scenario, including screening for temperature and symptoms, wearing facial coverings, distancing, hand washing stations, limited transitions are consistent with the experience of a middle schooler or a high school student. So if you would allow me to just take a minute to briefly walk through a student's day and highlight some of those safety measures that would be in place. So before school, before leaving home, the family takes the temperature of their child and asks if they feel well. And if there is a fever of 100.4 or higher, the student stays home. This is also true before boarding the bus. So the parents would be asked to stay with the child. The child's temperature would be taken before they board the bus. And then the child is allowed on the bus if they do not have a fever. If they have a fever of 100.4 or greater, then the student is not allowed to ride the bus. When they arrive at school, there are multiple entrances to avoid distancing. There are spots that are assigned in class lines. There are distancing dots so that students know that are on the ground. So students know where to line up so they have the proper distancing. There's also signage that's very visible so that students and staff are reminded about spacing, about distance, washing their hands, wearing facial coverings. And portable hand washing stations are available at the entrance of the campus. Before entering the classroom, each student receives hand sanitizer and their temperature is taken with a no-touch infrared thermometer. The teacher then leads the class into class to start their day. The same process would be true for extended learning. During classroom instruction, spacing is in the class. We have enhanced distancing. Students are facing forward. We have only 16, a maximum of 16 students in a classroom at a time, but there are 32 desks. So there are desks that space the students out because they're only using half of the desks. There are sneeze guards, and teachers are wearing face shields in order for the students to be able to see their face. Students have their own Chromebook and their own school supplies that are not shared, and sharing is minimized. And then, except for bathroom breaks and quick outdoor brain breaks, students remain in the same classroom. There is a limit to transitions. During extended learning, many of those same health and safety guidelines are in place as well. But again, different learning spaces are used and transitions are limited. Students participate in activities that reinforce the learning of the teacher, but then also participate in structured recess, PE, art, music, social skill groups. Students and staff are wearing facial coverings, and that is true throughout, as it says on this slide, required for staff and required for students, except for specific exemptions that are defined by the state. Finally, there's a transition to lunch or leaving campus. And again, there is a cleaning of surfaces, there is spacing, there is washing of hands. Students then eat their lunch if they're staying on campus with proper distancing in the classroom or in another outdoor area or in a lunch area where spacing is available. And then finally, at dismissal time, again, more hand sanitizer, more hand washing. We ask families to avoid gatherings outside. Parents are asked to wear facial coverings, and there is distancing available. So if you can see this in the board report, and then also on the reopening webpage, this snapshot is available so that families can see what a typical day for a student would look like. Moving on, we also wanted to share updates for trustees. At the June 17th board meeting, we promised additional analysis regarding transportation. Details are included in the board report. Just wanted to point out again briefly that transportation is following all health and safety guidelines, that IEP services will continue, and that priority will be given to specific routes and for specific sites. And as it says here, also renewal applications that are submitted during that period of time would be placed and assigned a bus pass first. There are limitations because of the guidance from the Department of Public Health regarding spacing and the way that students would, the capacity of the bus is limited. And as it says there, as I mentioned in the snapshot, parents are asked to remain at the bus stop because the bus driver will take the temperature of each student, and they are not allowed to board the bus with a fever of 100.4 or greater. The next two slides provide a summary of food services in the reopening plan. Food services will follow all health and safety guidelines, including distancing and face coverings. Meals will be provided to all students, even if they are 100% online. The slides here provide details regarding breakfast and lunch, and where to pick up if you are 100% online, as it says here. So those 100% online students will have the opportunity to pick up their meals as well, and families will receive additional information in August from our food services department. Staff would also like to briefly share the status of our sports program. As was already shared directly with our high school families, summer training is on hold until the California Department of Public Health provides guidance to allow sports to resume. We also have been told that CIF will be providing additional guidance for us regarding the 2021 sports schedule on July 20th, 2020. A lot of 20s out there. So once we have this information, in addition to any changes to the guidance from the state, we will communicate again with trustees and with families after July 20th, as soon as there are updates from CIF and if there are additional updates from our California Department of Public Health. The final slide on component 1, health and safety, describes the protocol that is followed for sporting students or staff who are ill with COVID-19 and or exposed to someone who is ill. The board report provides the detailed steps that the district will follow in collaboration with our Orange County Healthcare Agency when someone has tested positive for the coronavirus. The board report also references the protocol the district will follow if temporary closure is required or considered due to COVID-19 cases at a school site. The board report actually cites and references the California Department of Public Health guideline documents and the actual page numbers. And that's in the board report. And we will work closely with the Orange County Healthcare Agency following the guidance from the state if we needed to consider potential closure. But just wanted to point out on this slide again, the partnership between the Orange County Healthcare Agency and district staff when there is a positive case, the importance of confidentiality and the importance of communication, and the role that contact tracing and determination of risk of exposure plays in determinations. The Orange County Healthcare Agency works with us to determine for contact tracing and determination of risk. And then as you can see there in those 3 bullets, that then risk is determined, and then from there, quarantine, isolation is then recommended and defined by the county based on their investigation recommendations. And then if it is determined to be low risk, as it shows, then quarantine and isolation is not necessary. Component number 2 is curriculum and instruction, with a focus on the most critical values for our curriculum approach in 100% online, 100% face-to-face, or in our other program options, whereas there is a combination of both on-campus and online learning. Values that drive our work with component 2 are consistency, rigor, flexibility, clarity, and effectiveness. At the June 24th board meeting, trustees approved the following for our online curriculum, as you can see on this slide. And I will ask Assistant Superintendent Josh Hill to briefly share more about our curriculum and instruction for elementary and secondary, as well as then on the next slide, some additional key deliverables in this component. Mr. Hill?
Thank you, Dr. Merwin. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Vitale. Just to clarify and continue the conversation, we will be adopting a new learning management system, new for elementary that has not had one previously, and different for secondary schools, which has had School Loop. That learning management system enables us to ensure consistent communication with all parents across the K-12 schools. It also enables us to build curriculum, a feature that School Loop does not allow. And the curriculum that we build inside Canvas, as was mentioned earlier, by one of our teachers, does live there forever, and we own it and it's ours. So that work is currently being done by our elementary staff as they work to develop online curriculum for teachers so that students will be supported when they are not working directly with teachers, whether it be a 100% or a 50-50 model or an extended learning model. With secondary, a similar approach is being utilized for courses that are not available in Apex or UC Scout. Both Apex and UC Scout provide pre-built online curriculum. So that enables us to save time and focus limited resources on developing courses that are not available. We have teacher teams that are currently working very hard to develop those courses so that teachers come back with the table set for them, so to speak, and their work and their limited time as they regroup and get ready for the new year can be spent going through what we have developed and working together in teacher teams to determine where certain activities might need to be supplemented so that we can ensure students have access to rigorous and enriching curriculum. Both the elementary and secondary groups have deadlines that they are working against so that we can have significant curriculum prepared by the beginning of August and when we start school. And work will have to continue on that once school does begin, simply because there's not enough time to do the full year's worth of curriculum. But the more teachers do it, the lessons are learned and the process does go faster. So we anticipate being able to deliver by the deadlines that have been established. In terms of actual instruction, we are working to ensure that students have access to those standards that teachers have determined to be essential. Over the past 2 years, teachers have been working to clarify what is the most important content for students to understand and what will we do to ensure that all students are successful with it. So as class sizes are being reduced and instructional time is being impacted, we're working to ensure that those elements and aspects of our curriculum that are most important are given the greatest degree of time that's available. We'll continue to highlight and emphasize support for our youngest students who we feel need a very strong foundation moving forward to be successful in our programs, as well as our outgoing students, making sure that our juniors and seniors continue to have access to college and career guidance, as well as access to meet graduation requirements. So we have, again, looked at ensuring that our limited resources are being utilized to support both of those groups while we continue to provide access to quality curriculum for all students. Much of this is being funded through CARES Act funding, the Chromebooks, as well as the purchase of curriculum, the payment of staff in developing the protocols, the curriculum to accommodate the return to school. So we are utilizing those funds appropriately to ensure that this work is able to be accomplished with minimal impact to the general fund. Finally, as we move forward and quickly and complete our planning for the year, we're paying particular attention to training, not only for our staff, which is our first priority, but also to our students and our parents, so they become familiar with the learning management system, with their curriculum, and how to access those supports that are built into those programs so that they can ensure that their students are being successful. We're working on those plans right now, and we'll be able to share those as soon as they're finalized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Component 3 calls out the critical issue of increasing mental health support and addressing cultural diversity in our reopening plan. So first, starting with the mental health and emotional support, as we discussed June 17th, training for all administrators and managers in July, actually next week, Wednesday and Thursday, training for teachers in August, parent webinars by counselors every month that families will be able to access those webinars for strategies, and integration of social emotional learning strategies throughout the student's day. So teachers will be equipped with the training to be able to infuse mindfulness and other strategies within the school day for our students. We know this is a critical need. And as Superintendent Vital said in her opening statements, the superintendent and executive cabinet and members from the task force met with the student representatives, many of them that we heard from tonight. We appreciate them joining us again tonight. And as they mentioned, we have already defined together next steps to support inclusivity and equity in the district. And those steps we have already heard from our speakers and from Superintendent Vital tonight. And we are committed to moving forward and making change together. Last but not least, we present component number 4, the innovative programs. We have present to you on this slide, and it is in detail in the board report and also available in an executive summary on our Reopening Schools webpage. But first off, many questions from the June 17th. Well, what about preschool and what about TK? So before we jump in, TK being transitional kindergarten. Before we jump into grades K through 5, just very quickly, as you can see on the slide, there will be preschool sessions, 3 hours long, as 2-, 3-, and 5-day week programs, AM or PM. Transitional kindergarten would be a 5-day per week, AM, PM. Students receiving 3 hours of instruction daily. Only 2.5 hours can be in the classroom to avoid overlap, but then there will be a half an hour of online extended learning for our transitional kindergarten students every day to have that 3-hour offering. For grades K through 5, last time we met, June 17th, we were talking about them as options, and we've really worked hard to clarify the description of these programs. And so we present those to you tonight for approval. For grades K-5, there are 3 programs available, 3 programs for families to choose from. Program A, 100% on-campus learning 5 days a week. Program B, 50% on-campus learning and 50% home supplementary activities, 5 days per week in an AM/PM model. And then Program C, 100% online with teacher support provided. So again, built to be 100% online learning experiences if that is what families choose.
Greg, pardon me, Greg.
I'm sorry, yes, go ahead.
Could you return to that slide? So with the transitional kindergarten, 2.5 hours in the classroom, and then the half hour of online extended learning, is that parent supported or teacher supported, or?
That would be, that's a great question. Thank you, Trustee Holloway. That would be housed in Canvas. So just as with our K-5, they are building online extended learning activities in Canvas, and they would be built with minimal parent supervision necessary. So just kind of monitoring and supporting, but not direct teaching. Does that help answer your question?
So the teacher is directing that half hour, or is the student?
It would be independent. It would be,
okay.
The student would be, there wouldn't be live instruction from the teacher for that half hour.
Okay, I understand. All right, thank you.
Thank you for the question. The A, B, and C, as we share this with trustees and with the community, we want to remind everyone again that these times are approximate. This is to demonstrate the model of programs A, B, and C. And so we don't want people to perseverate on, well, why is it 7:45 and not 8 o'clock? And why is dismissal 2:30 and it's always been 2:05? We are working out those details in the reopening teams. Okay, so those are still being finalized. So instead, we ask that we focus on the program models. And that's what we're asking for approval on tonight. So you can see at the top, program A is your 100% on campus. You can see that it's divided into 2 groups, program A group 1 and program A group 2. Those are both 100% on campus 5 days a week. Program B is your 50% model. So again, looking back to here, program B, 50% on campus learning, 50% home supplementary. You can see what that looks like for groups 1 and 2. Where a group comes for half the day only. And then program C, our final offering, again on this slide, would be 100% online with teacher support. So as families understand this, and as we present this to trustees, these are the 3 different program models that would be offered on one campus. So on any particular elementary campus, you would have program A, program B, and families can choose program C. So families choose from 3 different programs on their campus. And as you can see here, you have program A, you have one group the group 1 starts with extended learning for the first part of the day and then transitions after lunch to classroom instruction for the second part of the day. For the second group, you have them doing the reverse, the opposite. So thinking back to that typical day that we shared earlier, you have the second group starting with the teacher for their classroom instruction, having lunch, and then transitioning to the extended learning. And then the program B, which is only a 50% model on campus, you can then see there's an AM group and a PM group, and they only spend half the day on campus. And then you have the student that, if the family chooses, they have 100% online. These are the 3 programs that we looked at, and we will again be finalizing details of exact times and the transition times, et cetera, in our reopening teams. So speaking a little bit further on this, as you can see, program A provides us with that 100% on-campus learning 5 days a week. This is a quote from our executive summary from the reopening webpage, so families can go back and look at this again. And so it talks about that half day with the credentialed teacher getting classroom instruction, as Mr. Hill said, focusing on those priority standards and focusing on those key deliverables by the teacher using those instructional models, those instructional strategies and practices. And then you have the extended learning, which is that second half of the day with a paraeducator and other teachers and certificated staff supporting for that second part of the day, described as extended learning. And as that bullet states, and we talked about it June 17th as well, that's that structured independent study provided by a paraeducator and then other certificated staff. And that's including activities that reinforce the learning that happened with the teacher, and then assistance with homework, structured play, and then similar to a middle school elective wheel, options such as art, music, and PE. There are asterisks there to remind people that we are building online modules in music, PE, and art, tapping into the expertise of our teachers to build those online modules so that those would be available for both for program B, but again, also for program C, for the families that choose a 50% on campus or 100% online. Going to ask Mr. Hill, Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Hill, to share with us a little bit, again, reviewing the program models that we are recommending tonight for secondary.
Thank you, Dr. Merman. Yes, so with secondary education, there are only two options, one being a 100% online option. We would attempt to support those students at their home high school if the numbers enabled that. If not, then we would support the students in transitioning to our online independent study programming available through CalPrep and Capo Home Virtual Schools. For students who participate in the 50% model, where they are at school half the time and doing the rest of the work from home the other half of the time, students have an opportunity to engage with teachers in somewhat of a flipped classroom model, where they're actually focusing on enrichment, interactive, laboratory, other types of activities that extend the learning that they are doing when they're not with their teacher. So much of the online curriculum focuses on what we would consider to be lower depth of knowledge types of activities. And then when they are with their teachers, they're focused on those higher depth of knowledge activities. It's also an opportunity for students to do assessments and engage in other kinds of learning that's best done in that face-to-face setting. This does not ignore the needs of our students with IEPs. We'll continue to provide supports for students regardless of whether they choose the online or the hybrid in-class model. So they will have access to the same services that they would have access to in a traditional school year, and as much as possible, students will be enabled to come to school regularly for those services. But again, students who participate in the online option will have those services provided to them as well. So this schedule has been shared in the past, provides the student view, just so that we can see how students would be divided up. We would use different tracks. So essentially you take a student's classroom and you split that class in half. It uses a model similar to our current block schedule models that's utilized, except that students would attend class in this situation half the amount of time. So instead of 2 days a week for each class, it would be 1 day a week for each class, with the exception of that Friday, which will build in an additional day for students every other week. So in this model, students would take 3 classes a day. That minimizes the amount of change students have from class to class. It helps reduce the need for cleaning, keeps kids working with cohorts of students, and just reduces the exposure they would have to more people on those days. It also ensures that only half of the students are on the campus at any one time, so that enables us to enforce other distancing requirements to meet that standard of care that Dr. Merwin referenced earlier. In this model, it shows students having access to 6 classes. Some of those classes might be offered online. Others can be taken, like I said, in the school. And again, much of this will be dictated by availability of staff and courses based on numbers of students and whether or not they select the online or the in-class option. We want to accommodate as many students as possible in as many settings, but we also recognize that there are some restrictions and limitations simply tied to being able to offer classes at certain times on certain days. And there are some other items being considered tonight by trustees to hopefully expand some flexibility for access to courses if a student isn't able to take a course at their home school or in the setting they've selected.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
So back to you. Mm-hmm.
And I would like to mention too, as we begin to look at the early registration data that I've mentioned previously, but we recognize there are still some details that will be defined by our reopening teams as we look at extended learning. And so want to reassure trustees that we are working on those details, such as with extended learning, if there's a rainy day or excessive heat, and we have those extended learning areas outside. So we are already planning for different scenarios, and our reopening teams will make sure those are fully addressed. So as we look at the innovative programs, early registration data, if trustees recall that we made the significant effort to reach out to families and to ask for them to do an early registration, very different from a survey, but to actually ask families to go into Parent Portal and to select their program choice, to use either a Google form link or the Parent Portal and to select their choice. And originally we had a July 5th deadline when we spoke with trustees back in June 17th, but wanting to make sure that communication and everything was very clear, we waited and instead went with the July 1st to 10th window. So we extended the window to make sure that families had the additional time. We also set up a call bank and email response system, and we had a significant amount of questions to field, and so our team worked very hard to answer those questions for families as they made their choices. As you can see here, families chose the following. 63.34% of our elementary families completed the early registration. So we still have a percentage of families that will need to complete their registration. But based on these numbers, you can see that 63.91, almost 64% of families chose the 100% on-campus program A. 21.32% of our families chose 50% on campus. So approximately 84 to 85% of our families asked for on campus either 100% of the time or 50% of the time. And as you can see here, close to 15% of our elementary families chose program C to be 100% online. Looking at our secondary, again, a little bit more of our secondary families completed the early registration than our elementary families, but a pretty close percentage of completion, recognizing we still need to reach out and have those families register. And I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. But you can see here, 85% of our secondary families chose to be on campus 50% of the time. And then 14.8, almost 15% chose 100% online. So these numbers are very important for us as we begin to plan based on our trustees' recommendations and approval. So we recognize now that what we need to do is we take the data that we have, and our next steps include now staffing with principals for preparing for opening day. We also recognize that we need to have an end date for registration for families, that we cannot allow families to continue to make choices all the way up until the day before school, for example, because then we wouldn't be able to be adequately prepared. So we, with, asking for approval tonight, our plan would include a July 31st registration deadline to families to give them some additional time to finalize program changes and to get to those families that have not yet registered. So what would happen is if trustees approve tonight, we would begin reaching out to families next week to contact the families who have not registered and to ask them to register and to answer their questions by July 31st, but then also to allow families to change their program choice. So if they're in the registration data now and they are deciding to change to a different program, they still have that option until July 31st. And so we would include that in our communication district-wide so families are aware of how to do that and that they have that option until July 31st. And finally, if a family does not indicate a preference, then to make sure that families have access and to not to punish a family, if you will, for not connecting with us to register in time, we would give them the full on-campus option as the default option. So as I'm alluding to here, communication is key to our next steps. Our reopening website, as I described, our reopening website is on the district website and is linked to every single school website. So all families need to do is go and click on the school webpage and they can get to the reopening schools website. There's updated COVID-19 data, links to county and state COVID-19 information. There's the guidelines that we have referenced multiple times and how we will open safely using those health and safety guidelines. Families can access the link from the website. A frequently asked questions document is linked on the website. And also, as I mentioned tonight, the typical day of a student is available as of today as well. So families can look at that for themselves as they make those final program choices by July 31st. We also are committed to continual messaging to families and to staff on a weekly basis. So families and staff are aware of our work moving forward to reopening. And again, those final details that the reopening team still need to clarify. We also are committed to some clear documentation for families. So taking the information from the 33 plus page board report and condensing that into a very usable family-friendly and staff-friendly guide so that they're very familiar with our components is our commitment. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, that outreach to our families to let them know about the final July 31st deadline so that they can make changes to their program choice or that they need to make their initial registration. And again, that final registration date is critical for us to be able to finalize plans. This timeline again kind of shares with one last look at what I've described tonight. We're presenting for your approval the reopening schools plan and the models that we have presented. We are doing that additional outreach communication to families, as I described. That deadline for registration is something that we ask for approval on tonight so that we can make those final decisions. And then the board meeting with a report regarding implementation. Our next official regularly scheduled board meeting is August 19th. And with that, staff recommends approval of the reopening schools plan for the 2020-2021 school year, including the learning models as presented tonight. And the framework of this plan, while we're recognizing again that the reopening teams are working through some of these final details and that the district will be developing agreements with our associations. We appreciate your time tonight during this presentation, and we are available for questions, and we appreciate your support, trustees.
Thank you, Dr. Merwin. That's an amazing presentation. And thank you, Josh Hill, as well. This is the point where we come to public comment on item 28. We have registered 50 speakers, trustees. And I know that some of us have already, if we've looked at the website, also been able to read comments from about, well, more than 100 other people before the meeting today. So I guess the question to trustees is, what's the sense of timing on this? At 3 minutes, we're looking at 3 hours. We could, reduce the comment period to half that, to 90 seconds. What would people like to do? Any comments from trustees?
I'll jump in. Hold on, I just lost my screen.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. I think because the onus is on this board to make a decision this evening, that I do want to have the time and the energy for the interaction that we require amongst each other.
Yeah.
This is a big decision. And I really appreciate those that have let us know. I think we know where our community lies, and of course they can continue to go. So I would reduce the time as much as possible. My apologies to everyone, but this is really important. We are never together. And this may be the most important decision we have, for most of us, have made on this board and maybe in our lifetime. So I would welcome the opportunity to have the engagement with staff and with each other so we can work through this.
So I would then make the recommendation that we reduce the speaker time to 1 minute. And I'll take a motion from a trustee to that effect.
I would make a motion to reduce the speaker time to 1 minute, and even preferably if they could start off their quick comment with what position, how they feel about it, then with the quick, backup explanation.
That'll be, is there a second?
Second.
Second it.
Okay, I'll take a vote of the trustees on that subject. This is to reduce the speaker time to 1 minute. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye. Trustee
McNicholas.
Aye.
And I will vote aye. So without further ado, we'll start into the speakers. Ms. Schmidt, the first one is Melissa Hayes.
Melissa is live with us.
Go ahead, Melissa. Melissa, you're live with the board and public.
Can we come back to the speaker?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Hear you now.
Hi, thank you for hearing me today. The single working parents I've spoken with are livid. Distance learning for us has been a failure. The data shows 20 to 50% of the kids don't even log on. The children can't navigate from subject to subject, adults prompting and guiding them. The data shows there's been a 30% drop in going to school, not just reading on screens, social mingling, group interaction, and conflict resolution. While on lockdown, child abuse, opiate, and suicides have increased. Severe child abuse raised by 35%. The risk of harm for children or death from COVID-19 is infinitely smaller than seasonal influenza. The risk of hospitalizations is much smaller than influenza. The risk of spreading the disease is smaller than influenza. We know from the worldwide data, which we are now being inflated deaths as cause of deaths that were not COVID-19. The CDC website says testing positive for a COVID-19 antibody test could mean that you have COVID-19. It could also mean that you have a flu shot in the past or the common cold.
We have the next speaker, Robin Myers, on the line.
Robin, go ahead, please. Robin.
We're pulling up Robin now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Robin.
I've been a teacher in CUSD for 20 years. 1 in 4 teachers are considered high risk for complications or death if they contract COVID, according to Kaiser Permanente. U.S. News last week placed this number at 1 in 3 teachers being at high risk. But the parents here are concerned about their children, so let's talk about that. If children have a mortality rate of 0.0016%, and CUSD has 54,000 students potentially being exposed to COVID with schools opening in August, how many students could die or have serious complications? That's about 86 students. Teachers, 32. It's not an acceptable risk. I have dozens of high-risk students in my classes every year, dozens of kids who may have lasting heart, lung, or muscle damage and stroke if they contract COVID. Since May, the CDC website has cautioned that full reopening would be highest risk. We need to go online. We need time to prepare. We need to make the decision now. We need access to our online curriculum now so that we can start to plan. Online learning can work given time and planning. But if we return to school and we break out with COVID.
Our next speaker is Annette Holland. Our next speaker is Annette Holland. She is not on the line.
Okay.
Speaker is Jamie Hansen.
Hansen, right.
Jamie is not on the line. The next speaker is Hillary Solway. I believe we have Hillary. We will unmute you now.
Hi, board. Thank you. And thank you for that presentation for options for our children. Our children are not dying from COVID-19. According to the CDC, a child's risk of dying from COVID is 0.0%. The OC Health Agency states that the risk of your child developing coronavirus infection from exposure is low. The COVID-19 rarely causes serious infection in children. You've told us before that you'll be using the CDPH guidelines, and their guidance states that the students should be encouraged to wear masks, not required like the staff. When you cover your face for a prolonged time, you're restricting your airflow. You're forced to breathe in more carbon dioxide, which induces hypoxic injury and increases cortisol levels, and in turn suppresses your own immune system, the very immune system that our bodies are relying on to fight off this infection. Not to mention the fact that human beings use and rely on facial expressions as other paralinguistic information in order to develop understanding of emotions, empathy, perspective, and figurative language. Someone may argue that children are not susceptible to COVID, but they may be asymptomatic and pass it along. The asymptomatic theory is rapidly being debunked by studies throughout the world. One even found that 450 people were exposed to an asymptomatic COVID-19 virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Michelle Wrigley.
Michelle is with us.
Go ahead, Michelle.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, we are in a worse situation now than when our children were initially sent home. Still, the need for teacher-led instruction is vital for all student success. With regard to virtual learners, efforts need to be taken into looking at the possibility of virtual students to attend actual teacher-led classrooms rather than filtering through a series of online portals that are both overwhelming and less than effective. Students being able to attend classes via Skype or Microsoft Edge, so while not physically present in the classroom, they can receive the benefit of a more interactive and productive learning experience. Thank you.
Yeah. Aggie, the last name looks to be truncated. Akers, is that correct?
Aggie's not on the line with us. The next speaker is Kava. Kava is not on the line with us. The next speaker is Michelle Wrigley. Michelle, we will unmute you now.
Just finished. That was Michelle.
Yeah, we just spoke to Michelle a second ago.
My apologies. She was listed twice. The next speaker listed is Brittany Higgins. She is not on the line. The next speaker listed is Nicole Williams. She is not on the line. The next speaker is Dr. Kelly Foran-Toller. Not on the line. The next speaker, Gina Stock, not on the line. Chris Hostetter, not on the line. Adriana Arroyo, not on the line. Linda Haddock, we will unmute you now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Linda.
Hi, well, I had a whole other thing because of that other board meeting, but I'm glad you guys came to your senses or had your sense. But one of I looked at some of the things that relied on, such as the American Association of Pediatrics. And I know that it sounded like some of the other speakers were concerned that the kids weren't going to be there 100% of the time. But look at Georgia and look at Missouri, and they both had high incidence in these camps. One of the camps had like 28% positive. And granted, kids don't get it as often and they don't have it as severe, but there are a lot of long-term or maybe permanent health effects from this disease. And I don't really think it's worth putting kids in 100% of the time without masks, without distancing. And I'm glad you guys aren't doing that. But and as far as being able to not
Linda,
breathe.
thank you for your time. Your time is up. The next speaker on the list is Carol Lockwood. Carol, we will unmute you now.
Go ahead, Carol.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I want to thank the Board of Trustees for all that you do. COVID threw plans for the school year out the window, and I applaud how quickly you were able to transition to 100% learning. That was not an easy decision to make or implement, but I believe you handled it well. I also want to thank you for recognizing that any back to school decisions must take into account not only the students, but the teachers and the staff as well. There is no school without the teachers. As you clearly, as the board, understand, there are so many unknowns of the long-term effects of a COVID infection, including inflammation issues in children, cognitive issues, and long-term health issues. I feel very reassured that you are not following the lead of the Orange County Board of Education recommendations. Thank you for providing us options. You are providing the 100% learning opportunity. You're not discounting that, but you're also enabling other
Carol, your time is up. Thank you so much. The next speaker on the list is Alahe Kave. She is not on the line with us. The next speaker on the list is Roberto Castellanos. Roberto, we will unmute you now.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Roberto.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, and all others, and congratulations to Mr. Josh Hill. I'm Dr. Rob Castaños. I'm a physician specializing in psychiatry. I'm a clinical professor and a parent. 2 of our 3 kids currently go to Moulton Elementary with our youngest starting next year. I did have a wonderful, impassioned, long speech, but I know I have a short time right now. So I would like to say that I agree with the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendation for children to return to school with safety issues taken care of. I strongly support our board's mandate, or I hope requirement, to wear masks, social distance, and every other CA, DPH, and CDC recommendation for both our students, teachers, and staff's safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Chelsea Vantol.
Chelsea is not on the line with us. The next one, Adriana Arroyo, is not on the line with us. The next speaker who is available is Mark Rivadeneyra. Thank you, Mark. Go ahead.
Mark, go ahead. You're with the board. Okay, maybe we can put him back in the queue for a second.
Mark is live.
Okay. Mark, are you with us? No Mark for the moment. Let's move on to Tiffany Eslan.
Tiffany, we are unmuting you now.
Hello, board. My name is Tiffany, and I'm the parent of an incoming kindergartner. I want to thank the board for providing options for families as part of the school reopening plan. I, like many other parents, would like to send my child back full-time in the least restrictive environment as possible. I strongly prefer that my child not be required to wear a mask, as she is only 5 years old and has sensory deficits. I feel that the social, emotional, and developmental impact of this recommendation is more detrimental to her health and well-being than the minuscule risk she faces from the virus. I agree that temperature checks, increased hand washing and hand sanitizer stations, and appropriate cleaning measures are all good things, I also appreciate that you have a 100% distance learning option for those families who feel the risk is too great for their own personal situation. I know the reopening teams have really tried to accommodate everyone during this very difficult time, and I appreciate your thoughtful consideration and your efforts in trying to reopen our schools safely and expeditiously. We all care about our students, teachers, and staff. We all want our kids to get a great education, to play with their friends, and to just be kids. I urge you to formally adopt the school reopening plan tonight so our kids can get back into the classroom in
Rachel,
August.
thank you for your time. Your time is up. The next speaker, Diana Barnes, is not live on the line with us. The following speaker on the list, Adriana Arroyo, is not live with us on the list. The next speaker, Rachel Sadler, we do believe you. We can unmute you now.
Just, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're with the board.
I have taught special education for 15 years, and I currently teach special education for Capo. To say that special education classrooms can resume in the fall 5 days a week with precautions primarily taken by the teacher because we have smaller class sizes is a scary thought. Our classes may be smaller in numbers, however, we work in closer proximity than any general education classroom. In special ed, there is no social distancing. In addition, IEP goals, we teach basic hygiene goals as an example for hand-over-hand hand washing, wiping noses, opening lunch boxes, food containers, holding hands with students to prevent them from eloping. I am also a parent to 2 middle schoolers in the district and concerned about spreading germs between my class and their peers at the middle school. I understand parents' concerns about online learning. Imagine teaching special education online. That's what I did. And all my students did awesome. And even in teaching over ESY, I taught 4-year-olds who have autism to wear a mask, and they're doing it. So,
Rachel, thank you so much for your time. We will have to go on to the next speaker. The next speaker on our list is Christy Strobel.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Christy.
Hi, I have 2 daughters ages 8 and 11 that have suffered greatly through this educational mess last year. The children should not be punished for a virus that is not affecting them. They should not be forced to wear a mask to school when a large portion of their learning education is through facial cues, not to mention the extended potential risk of not breathing in fresh oxygen over a long period of time, contamination of the reuse of masks, the struggle to keep kids from not touching the masks and dropping them on the floor or wearing each other's. Improper use of the mask could jeopardize the protective effect and even increase the risk of infection. I 100% support the OC Board Education call for fall return to classes with no mask and no social distancing. Once again, these children should not be punished for a virus that is not affecting them. If someone is uncomfortable with this, they can seek out an alternative way of learning. Thank you.
The next speaker on the line is Michael Strobel. Michael, you're live.
Yes, to say the end of last year was a disappointment is a complete understatement. The only chance at trying to recover these lost months of education from last year is to have full-time, in-person, in-classroom education. Curriculum and instruction seem to be the secondary focus for the district, as proven in tonight's presentation. It appears the majority of in-person teaching will be spent attempting to keep the kids spaced apart with masks on instead of trying to teach them part-time. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Paula Rosenzweig. Your line is now live.
Hello?
Go ahead, Paula.
Hi, thank you. What I'm hearing from you tonight is a little different with the 50-50 portion. It sounds like the teacher will be instructing them when they're on campus, but then you were saying something about it being a lower level learning when they're at home. So that's a little concerning to me. Will those two match and coincide? Sounds like the 100% online is a full program that they would be doing if it would be the Cal Prep or something else. So the 50-50 now sounds like it might not be as productive as the 100% online to me. I'm just kind of concerned about that. And if that could be discussed a little further as to what the at-home portion actually the kids what they would actually be doing.
So
thank you.
There will be a discussion at the end of all the comments.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker on the list is Julia Robertson. Julia, your line is now live.
Hi, my name is Julie Robertson.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to state that the survey results that we're looking at tonight are from a week or two ago, where our state was at a very different stage than they are now. Also, the option for teachers to teach virtually or in the classroom. And many of our situations have changed since then. I personally am dealing with a father-in-law who is starting chemotherapy. And these children are not going to be in the classroom alone. I think the board needs to take into consideration and think about the staff, the teachers, and their family members that will possibly be bringing this COVID-19 home. And I also think that it is not fair to lock the families into—
Julie, thank you so much. Your time is up. I apologize, but we need to go on to the next speaker. The next speaker on our list is Joy Snapper. Joy will make your line live now.
To say that we are in unprecedented times is like calling the Titanic a rowboat. To say that I'm worried about the students and educators in our district is yet another understatement about how we need to look at the 2021 school year. As an educator in CUSD, I am proud of the work we have done to make our district one of the top performers in the state. We pride ourselves on being at the forefront of curriculum and instruction, as well as cutting edge in the programs we offer our students. When approaching the protocols we put into place for students and staff, we need to proceed the CUSD way. The guidelines from the Orange County Board of Health should be the floor and not the ceiling of how we deal with COVID. With the recent spike in COVID cases, members and the community, members and the community have voiced rising concerns on how we can realistically open schools and reopen them safely. With these concerns growing every day, I respectfully ask the board to consider maximum flexibility as we begin negotiating how to safely begin the school year. In a recent survey, 53% of teachers responded that they are frightened to come back to school and prefer an online option. Please think this through when considering the impacts of such decisions. For example—
Thank you so much for your time. Your time is up. Our next speaker on the list is Gina Rainey. Gina, we are making your line live.
Hello, I'm a second grade teacher at Chaparral Elementary and a parent of 2 CUSD students. Tonight, I'd like to speak on the importance of community. Spring distance learning brought our classroom to every student's home. Students took home what was familiar. At Chaparral, we had small group math and reading lessons. We played games and read stories together. Students shared their flip grids of their bridges and forts, and we worked together individually in small group to communicate with children and monitor their work. Students saw familiar faces, their music teachers, their counselors, their school administrators, and we continued school events like parking lot parades and dress-up days over Zoom. For my kids, distance learning worked, but if we switch to the 100% online option, I'm afraid we'll lose our Chaparral community. It's been said that keeping students in their home schools is important, and I hope this is true for online learners as well, though I am concerned that my own children won't have this choice if I'm sent back to the classroom to teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. The next speaker on the list is Rhonda Whalen. Rhonda has shared she can share her comments with trustees via email.
Okay. Move along.
The next speaker, Mary Beth, is not on the line with us. Oh, she came back. Let me make her line live. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Beth Bizzacki. I am very good friends with Sarah Campbell. She teaches at Aliso Viejo Middle School. She is a master educator. She has worked as a social worker. She works as the department head, and she's also the yearbook administrator. I tell you this because you obviously don't care if she gets sick. You are forcing Sarah and her coworkers, your staff, people in your charge, to choose between feeding their family or not. So with that, I would also like to ask, will the GoFundMe for educator expenses be public, or will we have to do it privately for each individual one when you inevitably vote to send teachers back to school? Thank you.
The next speaker on the line is Joe Connor. Joe, you may go ahead. Joe, your line is live. You may begin speaking.
Thanks to Greg and his team for coming up with a well thought out plan, which does indeed take into consideration the well-being of all those affected. A couple of questions. Will masks be mandated on the buses? Will students be allowed at school without a mask? What will the procedures be to ensure conformity to the mandates? If the students reflect the home ideologies, the issue will indeed become very problematic. The CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine all recommend wearing the mask. In fact, the CDC, the head of CDC, said that if everybody was to wear a mask, or most people were to wear a mask, that the virus would not be transmitted within a 4 to 6 week period.
Joe, thank you so much for your time. The next speaker on the list is Liz Swenson. Liz, we are unmuting your line now. You may go ahead.
Hey guys. All right. I'm a teacher. My husband is as well. But first, we are parents to an incoming kinder and first grader. My friend and fellow Las Palmas mama would love a return to yesterday. Me too. But sadly, yesterday is gone and we need to face today. A pandemic of a novel virus, one we do not fully understand, and to claim so would be a dangerous hubris. I understand the urge to minimize, but it isn't reality. As small the percentages are for children, the risk for adults and teenagers are high. 1 in 3 teachers are at risk for severe complications and death. A focus on the statistics of only children morbidly ignores the adults, the teachers, the staff, parents, and mixed families that make up our community. It is teachers that do not have a choice. If you move forward with the current plan, my family will be exposed to 6,600 people daily. My husband and I can't afford to resign. We have no choice. 53% are afraid to come to work, and we don't have a choice.
Liz, thank you for your time. The next speaker on our list is Michelle Palacio Campbell. Michelle, your line is live.
Okay. Tonight, I am speaking to you solely as the mom of 2 energetic boys who miss school, but who are very worried and nervous about school returning. My statements reflect only my own family and are not specific to any other group or organization. I appreciate all the work the reopening lead and logistics teams have done in creating this framework. I am hesitant to call it a plan because there are too many gaps and generalities. It lacks the specifics needed by both families and teachers, and frankly, our board of trustees in making decisions on how best to move forward. And yet without any firm commitment by the district, families are being given a July 31st as our drop dead date for determining which programs best fit the needs of our individual families. Understand this is to aid in staffing, but under COVID-19, what is open can change to close in the blink of an eye. Families need to see the complete plan with specific details included to make informed decisions and to trust in the transparency of the district in planning to safely return our students to campuses. Tonight, at least 5 of the trustees are remotely or telephonically participating in this meeting, as are many members of the public and staff.
Michelle, thank you for your time.
We can safely bring back our students.
The next speaker is Lindsay Marani. Lindsay, we will have you live in just 1 second. Go ahead. Lindsay, you may go ahead.
Come back to Lindsay.
We can do that. The next speaker, Amanda Dennison. I can do it.
that not working?
Let's try one more time. We'll come back to Amanda.
Okay. Dr. Stone.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Rocky Safoni. I am a retired community college educator, having spent 30 years in service as an instructor and an academic dean. I'll get right to the point. I have two sons I've had two sons in the Capital District for the last 10 years. Tonight, I ask the Board of Trustees to unreservedly approve the staff's plan for reopening of schools for 2020 and 2021 as presented. It offers parents and students maximum flexibility and a breadth of choice. The CUSD Board of Trustees must reject outright any recommendations of the sort that the County Board of Education advocated for returning our students to school, particularly without some of the very basic virus containment protocols in place. A pandemic is not a time for divisive partisanship and irrational rhetoric. Our schools are not Walmarts, they're not Home Depots, and they are not brew pubs. Our responsibility is to assure the highest quality of education, armed with up-to-date scientific evidence and medical advice.
Dr. Safoni, your time is now up. Thank you so much. The next speaker on our list is Leo Spengler. Leo, you're now live.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, members of the board. My name is Leo Spengler, and I'm a teacher at San Juan Hills High School. Resuming 100% online learning should be the only option we're considering tonight. If we reopen schools and teachers and staff get sick, have to quarantine, or decide to stay home to reduce risk, who will teach our students? Teachers and staff are not expendable. Our substitute teacher pool is already limited and with the risk of infection unlikely to improve. Students will be faced with a revolving door of emergency coverage. Our children are better served with a consistent digital experience than the chaos of a COVID classroom. The challenges of distance learning do not outweigh the catastrophic consequences of reopening schools at this time. We cannot gamble with human lives. Thank you for your time.
Emily Hayward.
Emily, your line is live.
Go ahead, Emily.
Unmute. Hello?
Hello, go ahead, Emily. You're with us.
Hello. Hey. Okay. On Monday, the coronavirus tracker shows that Orange County has 383 coronavirus cases per 100,000 residents, slightly outpacing LA's county for 353 cases per 100,000. LA County Unified has chosen to go online. San Diego has chosen to go online. CUSD and UC universities all online. Why not CUSD? What's going on here? Let's be truthful. Do any of you remember what fall typically looks like in the fall? It's full of cold, flu viruses, strep throat. Kids need to be home anyway. Plus, you throw in the mix of coronavirus. Let's see what that looks like. High schoolers, I'm speaking specifically high schoolers, are social beings and do not have the distancing on their priority. We also need to talk about our educators who are in place to teach. Let's invest in them. Let's invest in their training. Let's invest for online teaching. Make CUSD #1 in online teaching in the county and even the state if we can. Let's
Emily, your
not
time
give
is
up
up.
on that.
Thank you so much. We'll now go on to the next speaker on our list, Stephanie Tarzia. Stephanie, your line is live. Stephanie, you may unmute your line.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Stephanie.
Our district staff has put together a plan for the time when it would be safe for
to return to in-person learning. There are factors that make it unsafe to resume the in-person options due to the continued rise in cases and community spread. Slow turnaround time for COVID tests, sometimes 7 to 8 days. Slow testing result turnaround times negate the viability of contact tracing. With these contributing factors in our area, there is a need to begin school online. I understand we all have the right to make choices. However, that right should be reconsidered when those choices negatively impact those around them with the long-term consequences, including death. The COVID death of the Arizona teacher was a tragedy and a decision teachers shouldn't have to make. It is understood that this will not last forever. Generations before us have endured difficult times, and I know that our generation is up to the task of what we must do to keep each other safe. As a parent, I teach my children the difference between a want and a need.
Thank you so much. Your time is up. We'll move on to our next speaker, Catherine Perlman. Catherine, your line is live.
Okay, thank you. You reduced our time to 1 minute because there were 50 speakers, but many people aren't on the call. We should have more time, and it's disgraceful to limit hearing from the parents. Please demand masks despite many local people ignoring research and data. It seems like the K through 5 has been the focus of the details. I have no clue how to make this choice because there are too many details unknown. How will students move between classes in high school? How will the desks be cleaned after every single class? It looks like 85% of parents want to do the 50% option, but the typical classes at Aliso Nagel are closer to 38 students, not 30 or 32. What if the numbers don't play out as planned? The portables at many high schools are small with terrible ventilation. How will those be appropriately designed for 6-foot social distancing? It says that some electives will be program A will not be available in program B. What happens then with that elective if the student has to move programs because of illness? If students have to move because of health reasons, will they have the same teachers? What if they're in AP classes?
Thank you for your time. Your time is now up. The next speaker on the list is Jane Weinel. Jane is no longer on the call. We'll move on to the next speaker, Clay Sisman. Clay, your line is on. Please unmute.
All right, thank you. A lot's been said about the detrimental effects of distance learning. These considerations are from a licensed counselor on some of the detrimental effects of going back to school during the pandemic, having to obey rigid and developmentally inappropriate behavioral expectations to maintain social distancing for hours at a time, restricting engagement with their peers, even though those peers are right in front of them, having to constantly and actively participate in cleaning rituals that keep reminding them of the community fears, being unable to receive age-appropriate comfort from staff when dysregulated from all of this, thereby experiencing attachment injuries, lack of predictability as peer and staff members leave to self-isolate, hopefully to return, and somehow having the executive function through all of this to meet the educational standards and possibly experience shame and doubt when they reasonably can't. Distance learning is a temporary option not available in other areas of society attempting to carry on during the pandemic. Given these issues, how is distance learning for one more semester more harmful to students' mental health and attendance at school?
The next speaker on the list is Phil Schlesinger. Phil, your line is live.
Hi, my name is Philip Schlesinger. Thank you for your time, board. I will start by saying that while I was concerned about the distance learning, I was actually at the board meeting back in March when that vote was taken. And I explained my concerns, especially given that I have 3 kids in elementary school, one of whom is developmentally delayed with some severe issues. But still, we made it through and we've been doing okay. Distance learning has worked out very well. I am concerned that that bringing people back to school, yes, the kids may not have severe problems, but yes, there's the questions of the neurological issues, the long-term issues that those that do get sick. My concern greater is for the teachers and staff at the schools, but also that these kids, because of their interactions, will probably become super spreaders and bring it home. And so I am concerned that my kids are going to, even if they're asymptomatic, are going to potentially infect me if I put them even 50% back in school. I would like to recommend, because we are short on time, that everyone take a look at, I will alert you, a foul-mouthed article, but it is a great article nonetheless. It's called How Many Sick Children and Teachers Are Worth It? What About Dead Ones?
speaker. The next speaker on our list is Jamie Cunningham. Jamie, your line is live.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Jamie.
Okay, so first of all, I don't believe that everyone who wants to speak tonight is given access to speak. Also, I think that it's ridiculous that we're only given 1 minute despite y'all starting late, and also the fact that everyone's being labeled not on the call. I'm going to start my actual ideas now. I don't believe opening it all in person is a risk we're able to take, especially on behalf of those who are most institutionally denied access to health and safety in our community, specifically our Black and Brown students and teachers who are disproportionately affected by the severity of COVID-19. This was said far more eloquently by members of CUSD Student and Alumni Against Racism earlier, and I don't represent that organization. But this virus is disproportionately killing communities already marginalized by the Capistrano Unified School District. If our board stands by its belief statement, quote, that human diversity enriches individuals in society, they must vigorously oppose any in-person reopening. This is not only an issue of exposing our entire community to the lethal virus inside and outside the classroom, but also an issue of race and class elitism that needs to be addressed as such. I hope you're able to reconsider
your time
of public
back to the list.
Diversity.
Board President Reardon, I'd like to go back and try again the two speakers that we were unable to connect to.
Lindsay Mariani.
Yes. Lindsay, your line is live. Lindsay, please unmute.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Lindsay.
Oh, okay, that was a nightmare. Okay. Okay. I have been teaching at San Clemente High School for, well, this will be my 16th year, but I also have two children who attend Las Palmas Elementary. I miss my students, but I know that I'm not alone when I say that the prospect of going back to school in just 4.5 weeks under the current conditions is frightening. LA, San Diego, Santa Ana, and Anaheim have all stated that they plan on going full digital in the fall. I think we need to do the same. In this hybrid model, I would be forced to send my daughter, who suffers from asthma, each fall and spring to school full time and then to the Boys and Girls Club in the afternoon, as teachers would not have the option to enroll their kids into 100% online learning. If my daughter tested positive for COVID, statistics tell us that she would have an excellent chance of recovering. However, what people are failing to remember is that many who survive COVID, kids included, have lasting heart and/or lung damage. Are we willing to risk that? Let's be real here. Distance learning was not fun, but the science tells us that if we don't take masks, social distancing, and quarantine seriously, then COVID will be playing the long game. Let's stand with the experts and the suggestions actually based in science.
Thank you so much.
Follow the footsteps.
We'll move on to our next speaker. Let's try Amanda Dennison again.
Yeah.
Amanda, please unmute.
Hello?
Hi, Amanda. Go ahead. You're with us.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm an educator of 10 years. I've been working in this district, and I have never once ever questioned that the district put my safety of me and my students and my educators first until this week. I understand that parents would like to have a normal year. I understand that parents want their students back. I understand that distance learning was a huge failure, and that was partially on our end because we did not set rigor and expectations for families the way we should have. But every single problem that we are encountering, that we are discussing, that we are talking about can be solved by distance learning. There is no death that is acceptable in this place. And we have an alternative to it that is 100% safe. After we've already distributed Chromebooks to every single student who needed one, we do not have an excuse to have one person die for this cause. We should never ever put anybody at risk. I'm sorry for people who want their kids back in school, but this is not the way to do it. And the moment that anybody tells me that one death of a student, child, or teacher is acceptable is the moment that I know that they do not have our best interest at heart.
Amanda, thank you for your time.
That's all.
Board President Reardon, I believe we've completed the list of speakers.
That was the last speaker. And so that brings this matter back to the board for discussion.
Pardon me, there was someone named Mark, I think was Amendaris, that we called and he didn't show up, but he seemed to be there. Can we call him again?
Riva Denera.
Sorry.
He is no longer with us on the meeting.
Thank you.
The only possibility is there's a Mark Riva.
That's him, probably.
Whole name.
Yeah, he doesn't do the probably whole name.
Mark Riva, we will unmute your line now.
Hi.
Hi, Mark. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thanks for getting back to me. I'll be entering my 33rd year of teaching at CUSD. I'm an increased high risk for severe illness from COVID-19 due to my age and underlying health conditions. When I left the hospital for the third time since March, my doctor grabbed my shoulder and said, "You are doomed if you go back to your brick and mortar school. I hope you can teach remotely." And I said, "Yeah, I think that plan is in motion, and I'm sure my district will take care of me." I think closing schools before anyone in school is sick is a very difficult thing to do, even though it's probably, and I really believe, extremely beneficial and a much wiser thing to do. So closing schools is a last resort, and we did that because it was the right thing to do. Things are much worse now. So tonight, trustees and Superintendent Vitale, be confident in your plan as it pertains to when and how to open CUSD schools. Continue your unwavering commitment to the safety and education of your employees and students. Thanks so much for getting back to me, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mark.
President Reardon, we have another person waiting to speak, and it's Jane Winnell. W-I-N-E-L-L.
Yeah, she's the last on the list. I think we tried that one. Go ahead if we want to bring her on.
Jane is not with us live.
Okay. I do believe we've exhausted the list. So we'll move on to trustee discussion. And we always start with trustee Hanachek, but you can do this in any order you like.
Why don't you pass on me? And I definitely I have questions, but so don't forget me, but please.
Well, this is not necessarily the time for discussion. If you have questions, why don't you go ahead with that?
Okay. All right. So excellent work. This is an amazing plan. Yes, we've got a lot of holes in it because there's a lot of unknown and a lot of variables that are happening really, really fast. So we kind of have put out in front of us our health and safety guidelines, right? We're going to follow those. We've put out in front of us that we have a survey of registration from our parents. So we've done that, but this is a pandemic. So the decisions that we're making tonight are freighted with a lot of weight to it, because even those that want to come back, ultimately we are responsible for what happens in those classrooms. So I've heard people use the term in-person education is essential. Well, okay, so my son works in a firm that is essential. Everybody goes to work. They had their first death, and they have probably so many cases that they're no longer letting the world know. So obviously in an essential environment, harm and worse and loss can happen. So I know how CUSD operates. It's amazing when we do have a loss. And this follows probably under communication, because I've been struggling with the morality of these decisions and these scenarios. So have we given thought to, I know what we do normally when a teacher passes, when a student passes, we have teams, we have counselors, we have so on and so forth. So I'm challenged. There could be scenarios where young people inadvertently hurt someone, and they'd have to live with that. And we've put them in that scenario. So I guess this question is about communication. Have we given thought to the inevitable if we're deeming in-person education as essential?
Who was that a question for, Amy?
I would say whoever might have to, well, I would probably just, unfortunately, load it on to Greg Merwin, and then ultimately would be how we would communicate through our communications department.
Thank you, Trustee Hanachek. So regarding the loss of a student or a staff member or a parent, and how would we respond to that? Is that kind of the gist of the question?
Yeah, and when I think when we have tracing too, we will understand where sometimes it comes from. Yeah, these are tough things, and I guess I just need to know what resources are in place when this happens. Like, for example, at my son's firm, they follow all the safety regulations. It's a pandemic.
Okay, yeah, we definitely have, our counselors. We have protocol for how we respond to a student loss. There's a process that we follow. We would follow the same process as you referenced in other situations where we've suffered a tragic loss of a student or staff member. Very consistent in this situation. And then also we would of course be aware of the confidentiality issues surrounding this, and making sure that we share the proper amount of information, and we would follow the process that we always do in case there's a loss.
Thank you.
Other questions from trustees or comments?
I'll go ahead, Jim.
Go ahead, Krista.
Just clarification from staff on how we would deal when there are positive cases at our school sites. So we are open, our children are back on campus, and then we have a positive case. Can either Dr. Merwin or someone else address that on how we're going to handle that situation?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Castellanos. This is also mentioned on page 9 of the board report, and there it talks about when we have that confirmation of a positive case, we then immediately contact the Orange County Healthcare Agency, and then the Orange County Healthcare Agency works with us to get the information about the situation. And as it states there, there is a reporting form that is used to make sure we get the information that we need, and following all confidentiality processes to protect, obviously, the people that are involved. Then that information is shared. The county then works with us to determine the level of risk. And on page 10 of the board report, then the county provides us guidance with determining the status of and recommendations, and then CDC's guidelines are then used by our county, and those then say if there's a positive case, there's a specific isolation for that person. If there's close contact with that positive case, then those people, there's a quarantine protocol, and then there is a determination on level of risk to say that if all of those protective measures were in place, depending on the amount of close contact and other factors, then it can be deemed a low risk where students and employees would not even need to quarantine. So all of that would be done very closely with our county, and we will make sure that these exact guidelines are pulled out of this report and shared with families and with staff, so that they know exactly the process that we follow with our county. Does that answer your question, Trustee Castellanos? Is there any other details that?
No, that answers my question. I just want to reiterate that we would be getting direction from the county.
Yes.
With every positive case that happened on our campus.
That's correct. They help us with getting the information that's most critical for that contact tracing and understanding level of exposure, and close contact, and being able to determine then the level of risk. And then they have specific criteria then that they share to say, is it isolation, is it quarantine, or is it low risk?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I tag on to that line of questioning and answer? So what I think the challenge would be is how long does this process take? And I think we would probably acknowledge that as all schools get back in session and different things, that this is, and we're waiting for our 4th of July spike as well. So we could be backed up. And I think the challenge is, are there scenarios, would we have children, staff, et cetera, in schools with active COVID cases that we didn't know yet because we didn't have this information coming in a timely fashion that we need?
So thank you, Trustee Hanachek. So the one thing that our staff has worked with is to make sure that we have that direct contact to the Orange County Healthcare Agency. And we have had, working with them, we now are able to get a very good response time. Now, what will that look like in the fall? Obviously, I can't guarantee what the response time is, but I can say that we've been very pleased with when we have a question for the county, that they work with us and prioritize. Can I guarantee that the time you're right? I can't say that, but I can say that we've worked hard to have that direct line of communication with the county.
This is Judy. I would just like to share my conflict. We were guided in directing our staff to put together this menu of options because we were listening to the survey responses from our parents. And so these options and the option to go back to school part-time and to have our elementary schools was because that's what the majority of our parents wanted. And even when we looked at those numbers. Now, mind you, that was some weeks ago and things have somewhat changed. And I was trying to tally up what the callers, and that's why I had asked at the very beginning, but it didn't happen, to express, were you, for online 100% or you wanted the choice? And I stopped tallying up because sometimes in those messages, I couldn't figure out which was the way they wanted to vote. So my concern is for so many that in emails that we've received up until this point, we're anxious about the students getting back to school. And sometimes I felt they were forgetting about the part of needing the teachers to teach in the classroom. Our CUEA has been a part of this discussion as CSEA and all. I don't know if things have changed with these numbers in terms of the teachers, but I'm kind of conflicted because I feel like we're hearing from both sides. And as passionate as those who feel we can stay online, there are those who are passionate that think we need to be back at school. So it's very challenging to try and grasp what we're trying to do, and that's try to provide a menu of options for people. Anybody have any thoughts?
Well, I have a thought on that, unless you'd like to hear from a staff member. It seems to me that at the time we set out on this journey and engaged staff to put together this plan, which is a monumental plan and amazingly executed, I have to say. Our plan, had to be premised on uncertainty. And the uncertainty is that, we, at the time we were thinking about all this, said to ourselves, what happens if we open schools and we have to close? Well, that's kind of linear thinking. The issue that's before us tonight is that we have the fruits of staff labor here, and it's an amazing fruit that needs to be approved. And yet we don't actually know whether we can open school on August 18th. So this choice of online versus part-time versus, in-seat, in-classroom is a false choice. That choice is yet to be made, and it will be made based on the conditions that exist right as we get to the date that we anticipate opening. We're going to have to make that decision in the month of August, probably in the first 10 days of the month, based on whatever the conditions are and whatever the recommendations are at that point. We have a plan that allows us to open, which I think is tremendous, but it doesn't mean we have to open. The vote tonight is not about whether or not we open. The vote tonight is about whether or not we approve of this plan. We may be back here on August 5th saying, given the newest set of circumstances, it's no longer feasible to offer one choice or another. And yet we've built a plan which is resilient enough to allow us to pivot from online or from in-classroom instruction to online, because we built the underpinnings of that curriculum, which can work in either environment. So I think we need to recognize that this difficult choice, as it might appear to you right now, is not really the choice we face. The question is, do we approve of the plan? And are we going to be responsive to the conditions that exist in early August so that we can make a final determination about whether or not the in-classroom offering is realistic? And I mean, if we don't approve the plan, we have no plan, more or less. It's not like we've written a plan which is entirely intended to be online. There's a whole lot of work that's gone into this and work yet to be done. And if we go that route tonight, which is, I know, on the minds of some people, then we don't have a plan to actually open if the conditions in August or September allow us to open schools on a limited basis. So I think we need to look at this plan as the framework for what we'll be doing to maneuver the community conditions that we cannot yet foresee. And those conditions are not just between now and when school starts, but they will continue to evolve through the remainder of the year and even beyond that, perhaps. And all the elements of this plan are essential for us to be able to operate in whatever conditions come to pass. So I would just urge trustees not to get hung up on this question, the false choice between online only and this plan, which offers flexibility. The flexibility is there for a reason. We initially described that as a need to be resilient in case we have to close. Well, we may have to make that decision to close before the 18th if conditions continue to worsen. But if they don't, we have a plan to open. And we also have a plan that would allow us to even slide the calendar if we had to. And we have a plan that would allow us to open online and then pivot back to hybrid. So I would urge everybody to stop and think about what we're really making a choice about tonight. It's not, A or B, online versus not online. This is a plan that allows the school district to maneuver through whatever conditions may come to pass, whenever they come to pass, and none of us tonight can know when that's going to happen. Staff has done a phenomenal job of maximizing the flexibility for this district to operate. And we should recognize that, approve the plan, and move on. We'll all be back here on the 5th of August, scratching our heads and looking at the data and trying to figure out whether or not we can actually open.
I appreciate that clarity, Jim, because when we think about that, as you say, if we approve this plan and we end up not being able to carry it out on August 18th, but later on, if we were all online and then things got better and we were able to go back, we're probably going to be guided to go back in stages. I don't think someone's going to turn the switch and say, go back 100%. So right. We almost need this plan to then start stepping back into, coming back online, back onto the campuses at the given time that we feel it's safe. That's so right. I appreciate your thoughts. It kind of helps me. Thank you.
President Bruno, I have some questions and comments. If
yes, go ahead, Gila, and I'll come to you.
First of all, some parents have recently been asking how to change their program preference. They went with 50% and now they want 100% online. And I wonder if the staff could just briefly explain how to do that. I know they have until July 31st, but I think they need to know how.
Yes, I'll take that, Trustee Jones. Thank you. Well, we will message out to, after tonight, we would set up a message to go out to all families to explain that they still have the option to adjust their program choice. And then we would give them, again, similar to what we did before, parent portal or a Google link, and they could go in and then make the adjustments. So we'll figure out the easiest way for families to do that and then be able to take that new data and change their early registration. So that would be our commitment, to communicate it clearly, let them know of the deadline, and then give them really clear instructions to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Then I also wanted to encourage families to look at the reopening page on the website. If you go onto the main CUSD webpage, the reopening website is, they're very prominent on the front page. There's some really good information there. A lot of questions are asked and answered. There were some I heard tonight that I know are not there, but it's very comprehensive, and I hope that people will look at it. I want to emphasize that regardless of what some parents would like, and I am sympathetic, masks will be mandatory in our schools for teachers, for staffs. There will be a certain number of exceptions, and of course you don't wear a mask when you're eating, but this is not only for the protection of students, but for the protection of staffs. Masks will be mandatory. And please encourage your student. Do not discourage your student. It will be not a good thing. I know a lot of
on that point, maybe we could have Dr. Merwin answer that one question about whether masks will be required on buses.
Yes, if I may, I'll jump in, and the answer is yes, masks are required on the buses, and that is again, because it's in an enclosed area, similar to the same reason for a classroom. Buses are an enclosed space, and the California Department of Public Health guidelines are very clear that facial coverings should be used on a bus. And so again, looking at that standard of care as a public entity, we would then enforce masks on the bus.
Is it also accurate that temperature checks will be done as students get on the bus?
Yes, President Reardon, yes, they would have their temperature checked before they were allowed to board the bus at the bus stop.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Jones.
I know a lot of students and families really struggled with distance learning. And of course, there are some parents families were happy, but a lot thought that it was very inadequate, and whose fault that was, it really doesn't matter. It was an emergency situation. Anything you do in an emergency is going to be less good than something you planned. That's why we trained firefighters, for example. So we wanted what the distance learning that was produced last year is not the same as the online learning students will experience this year if that's what they choose. I really encourage people, again, look at the opening schools website, where a lot of distance learning stuff is a lot of the online learning is discussed. I think I have a lot of confidence in what's been developed, and I think it will be good for kids. It is not distance learning. Mm-hmm. I also want to encourage parents to go with the 100% online if you can. Particularly in high schools. You know, a lot of kids are accustomed to things going on at high schools, but even elementary and middle schools that are not going to go on. You know, I had a conversation with a friend early on who was discussing whether or not she would send her kids back because they really wanted to go back. And she finally realized that the school experience that they remembered from earlier last year is not going to exist for a little while. And they finally decided to go online. So I really encourage that if at all you can. I have to say that I would probably be much more in favor of us going 100% online. Although, yes, I understand, and President Reardon is correct. It's a framework. It's not a yes, no. But here's the issue. we have a lot of educationally disadvantaged students in this district. Some of them are the very high need special ed students. Some are English learners. Some are low income. Some are foster students. We have to be able to address the educational needs of those students. And some of them, our ability to address those needs in a non-face-to-face situation is just not as good. We need to be helping our educationally disadvantaged students. Education is one of the only ways in this country for a family to escape poverty. It's critically important to many, many people. So that's all I have to say. I will be voting in favor of the plan.
Thank you. I have Trustee Hanachek with her hand up.
I never know if people can see me. Okay. Three things. One about the plan. What are your plans to deal with mask refusal? And I'm not a byproduct. I feel all children have the capacity to rise to any occasion. I think they're amazing. So that's the first question.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Hanachek. So there are a couple of ways that we would enforce. First is educate, and then providing families with information prior to school starting, whether such as videos, instructions, information ahead of time to understand the importance of it and how to use it correctly, et cetera. So we recognize we would be providing something prior to the school year to help families kind of teach their kids, talk about it, et cetera. And then it would be very similar to no shoes, no shirt, no service. I mean, it's, it'll be no shoes, no shirt, no mask, no service.
Well, it could become dress code, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And it would be built into their behavior system, the positive behavior intervention supports, PBIS. It'd be actually part of their matrix to say, okay, students wear masks when, and so it would literally be built into the expectations for students. And then just like any other expectation, reinforced, positive reinforcement, signage, reminders.
Okay, so I get that. I trust you guys. You're very thorough. And but at the end of the day, if there truly is, a family or a child that just says no, do you suspend, expel? What do we have something like that, a definitive thing? Because I understand mistakes will all be made. We'll have do-overs. We'll have to try better. But what about that?
Great question. So one part of it is, and it states in the board report and the ordering of the 2 facial coverings for every student. That would be, even if a family chooses to have their own facial covering for their child, we still have 2 for every child. So it would be the opportunity, okay, if they forgot it, we have a backup, right? So we have that piece in place. And then I think just as with any other infraction, any other behavioral issue, the principal, the administrator talks with the child, talks with the family, try to understand the situation. And then if families are very just adamantly against it, then obviously then we need to come up with a more long-term solution like 100% online.
Okay, so let me move on if I have the grace of my fellow board members. So back to, I appreciate Jim's explanation and understanding of what the process is, but we've got a really condensed calendar. And if we vote for the plan tonight, folks will think it's the plan. And I'm trying to understand then, I know we have a special board meeting planned on August 5th, who establishes then the criteria? Because if you look at the numbers and everything, what's happening now, the plan would be to go to distance learning or virtual learning, excuse me, because of the numbers that are spiking and the ratios and so on and so forth. So barring anything coming down from a higher authority, I think we need to establish really for our teachers and for folks making these big decisions so they can at least look and understand what our criteria might be as a board? Because right now it's still willy-nilly, and depending on their trust levels with us, they might not, go along with this. And then secondly or thirdly, how much time do our teachers need to pivot to that distance learning? And will we have any of that great CARES Act money that we're spending on shields and outdoor internet that really could be used to strengthen virtual learning with additional aids for each teacher, a social emotional, because I'm sorry, going to school 50% isn't going to help if you have a bad home environment happening to you. So all these kind of things. So I bundled a lot in there. Go, sorry.
All right, thank you, Trustee Janacek. Well, first off, we are already developing plans to prepare teachers for the online curriculum. And remember, the online curriculum will be used both in class and outside of class. So the teachers will access the same curriculum and actually do face-to-face instruction with it, as well as the students using it at home independently. Okay, so first you have that, and we literally have plans in our reopening team to get to our teachers to have them starting to learn this literally as early as next week. So we will have our teachers ready to go, our teachers and our staff ready to go to be able to shift. So that's the first thing, that is that we are being very proactive and working, closely with our associations to say, providing it to all teachers early, and then allowing them to start getting ready for that. So we'd be ready for that. We are building social emotional online modules. So social emotional learning online modules that can be accessed through Canvas. So we have our counselors led by Dr. Pianta building online modules for social emotional learning. So those will be housed in Canvas as well. Regarding what criteria do we use when we, if trustees direct to come back on August 5th and we come back, what's the criteria? What we lean on is the California Department of Public Health guidelines. What phase are we in as a state? Currently we're in stage 2. What we have to follow is we have those guidelines to follow at this point, unless there are other suggestions. That's what we have to look at as our frame of reference, and then make that decision.
So to sort of tag on to that, and then I think we have a comment here from Martha. To my way of thinking, there's two pivots needed, and the plan provides for both. One is the pivot from in classroom instruction to 100% online.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the we have to close scenario, which is certainly that was the one we were worried about in the beginning. But the other pivot we need to worry about is what happens if we start online and we look up at Thanksgiving and we can go into a hybrid model. Well, we've got this online curriculum which has been carefully constructed and modularized so that we can make that transition back to in-classroom instruction without huge interference in the progress of coursework. It's the pivot, it goes both ways, and it just depends on what the community conditions look like.
That's very true, President Reardon. And may I make one other point too regarding this, to allow us to pivot easily back and forth in the plan itself. And we only basically we touched on it, but it's in the board report, the fact that we are asking to use the CARES Act funding for one-to-one Chromebooks. So making sure that we have Chromebooks for every single student, K-12. They have their own Chromebook. Again, there's no sharing. They would have the ability to have it and access that online curriculum with much more ease than ever before. So that's, I think, another important part of it, to be able to allow us to pivot back and forth.
Okay, Trustee McNicholas has a couple of comments.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments asking for a clarification and one kind of mechanical question. For the public and the audience, and anybody who's emailed us, actually, I really appreciate the information that parents and teachers and community members have provided or cited. People will quote the American Academy of Pediatrics and the New England Journal of Medicine and studies in Denmark and everything else. And those are wonderful. And I try to read everything. But bottom line is we have to follow the guidance of two things. One, the Orange County Healthcare Agency and the California Department of Public Health. And hopefully their decisions and their guidelines are based on all of that other research, including the World Health Organization and the CDC and everything else. So we can all do our reading and quote our statistics, but bottom line is those are the two that we have to rely on. And as Jim said, that's what will be our pivot point. If they say, sorry, you got to shut it down, then that's what we have to do. If they say we're on to phase 4, then we can do it. So those are really the ones we have to look at. But thank you, everybody who's been sending other information. The other thing is people refer to LAUSD and San Diego Unified and everything. And I'm going, okay, we aren't them. We are us. And I'm thinking the one reason we don't say, just throw our hands and say, no, we got to go online, is because we have rock stars like Dr. Merwin and Dr. Holliday and Josh Hill and Dr. Pianza, who have worked their tails off getting this elegant plan for us that is flexible and provides choice and does all the things we hope we could do in a normal school, but we're really doing it the best we can and making it flexible. So kudos to them, and I fully support the plan. I do have one clarification, Dr. Merwin. We talk about masks. Now, from what I understand from both Department of Health, Public Health, and Orange County, that face shields are also acceptable, not necessarily doesn't have to be the cloth coverings. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee McNicholas. Yes, in the California Department of Public Health guidelines that is for trustees and the public is in the addendum, so you have access to it as well. It does state that face shields are allowed in certain situations, especially when students need to be able to see the teacher's facial expressions. They're learning language. They are, certain situations where it's critical that they see the facial expressions. It is allowed explicitly in the California Department of Public Health guidelines. And so we have purchased face shields for all of our special education teachers, all of our elementary grade teachers, knowing that they, most critically, teaching kids how to read and how to produce language, they will all be allowed to use those, and that is consistent with the guidelines.
And that would be allowed for students as well, who might have I don't know, personally, I have a problem with anything around my nose. It makes my nose itch, and I tend to rub my nose if there's something on my nose. Mm-hmm. Would a child be able to wear a face shield as opposed to a cloth mask?
Yes, we actually, when a facial covering is not appropriate, or one of those exemptions, for example, where it's a student has a disability or there's some health issues and reasons why they can't wear a facial covering, then yes, face shields can be used as an alternative for students.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is much more of a mechanical thing on our secondary plan for track A, track B, and kind of the super block schedule. The students will have 6 periods, right? And as we develop our master schedule, the independent learning support is identified as a specific class. Is that the way I read the chart in your, I'm not sure what page it's on.
Yes, that was in the PowerPoint as well tonight.
Maybe I could jump in, Dr. Merwin, on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Well,
yeah. And I apologize, Trustee McNicholas, for that. That was a leftover from an earlier time. We have since clarified that students require physical education instruction. That 6th class will actually be occupied by students taking PE. That is the case for all students in grades 6 through 10. Other students who do not need it because they've already met their graduation requirement in high school, for instance, upper class students, 11th and 12th graders would be able to take an elective there, or have the option to not take a course and work at home or do anything else they might do during that time, or perhaps take a course through a community college or other options like that. So that 6th period will be a class for most students, but then it will be an optional opportunity for other students who've met the requirements as part of the core curriculum.
Okay, I guess that brings another question. So we do have to provide a PE class.
That is correct.
6 through 10.
Okay, I thought we had an alternative online PE for that, for everything.
Well, the course can be taught online. That is acceptable, but we must provide a physical education course for students.
Okay, then that brings me to my ultimate question, which is, will high school students have an opportunity to take 2 electives? For instance, if they chose to do their PE course online, could they in fact take both orchestra and Spanish?
Yes, there's actually no limit to the number of courses students can take. It would be similar to a typical year where you have students taking 6, 7 classes, 8 classes in some situations. So yes, students will still have access to taking those courses. We just recognize that not every course will be offered in every program option at every school. Some of those offerings are limited by numbers, availability, staff, some of those situations.
And I understand, and I know this is a concern of several people that called in, that how can I make a decision when you haven't shown me the details of what this would look like? And it's really a which comes first. It's like, we don't know what the staffing and availability and how many sections of Algebra 2 we need until we know how many families are choosing that model. So it's kind of complementary and all has to happen kind of together. So appreciate all your work on that. Thank you. I think that ends my question.
Yeah. So maybe at the risk of being the last person to ask Josh Hill a question.
You won't be, because I'm still going. Sorry.
I haven't had a chance to speak yet, so
Okay.
I
am going to ask him a question, which is a topic that I know a lot of parents are very interested in, and that is we know we're going to get some guidance from CIF about interscholastic sports in high school, hopefully on the 20th. But what are we hearing ahead of that guidance about what the league is thinking about, and how might we react to them?
CIF wants to hold sports. If we don't hold sports, they cease to exist as an organization. They will do everything they can to find a way to offer it. And we believe there's a very great value in sports when it's safe to return. I believe what they are hoping will happen is that they will be able to push more contact sports off until maybe the 2nd semester or later in the year, and possibly proceed with sports that are non-contact sports. But none of that has been clarified yet. But again, as you said, those are the things that had been discussed and that we had heard, and I think that people are hoping for. So maybe return to non-contact sports in the fall, more contact sports later on in the year, hoping that conditions improve. And of course, limitations on gatherings would also be an aspect that might be part of any kind of reopening, where you might enable students to participate without an audience, because the value, of course, is partly, at least, for the students just engaging in the activity. The spectator aspect is just another component of it that can be done without if necessary.
Thank you. Thank you. So I saw Patricia come up there. Would you like to go ahead with your questions or comments?
Thank you. Yes. So I appreciate the way Trustee Reardon summarized the decision before us tonight. I took another look at the actual staff recommendation, and it recommends approval of the reopening schools plan for 2020-2021. So, so if that's what we're looking at tonight, and we're not being asked, therefore, to approve a particular reopening plan or program. So, because if I was being asked to do that tonight, I would be supporting the 100% online, because the prevalence of the virus here in Orange County, it's we're a hotspot in the state right now. We haven't experienced the spike from the 4th of July yet. And I'm very uncomfortable with the process that's in place, you know, due to privacy laws and so on, where our students are not required to notify the school district if they're ill with the virus. Our staff is not required to notify the school district if they're ill with the virus. But if they're tested, the Orange County Healthcare Agency is required to notify our school district of a positive case. And so that's good news. However, as has been mentioned earlier, we don't know how long it will take the healthcare agency to notify our school district of a case in one of our schools with a student or staff. So I'm feeling very uncomfortable with moving forward with a decision as to whether it's the 100% online or, the 50-50 or, traditional schooling. So I believe that we should postpone the decision on that until at least August 5th. So as long as we're approving the plan where we can shift back and forth, we can start online, move to the 50-50 model, or conversely start with, in-class instruction, move to online if it's necessary. But if I have to make the decision tonight, my decision is online learning.
Okay. Other comments or from trustees? Amy, I see you waving.
Sorry. Okay, so we're definitely trying to be all things to all people. We actually are very nice people, even though people don't always think that about the board, but we are. And I, more than anybody, love to be all things to all people. But there's some realities here that is time. We have, in order to serve students correctly, really get what they need, how they need it, services delivered, we need to make a decision. So we're kicking the can down the road, and it's not going to get better. We're in the nature of this virus. We can try different options. We can try different social gatherings, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to have to carry a responsibility for a death or a sickness and so on and so forth when we are asking for in-person versus virtual learning. And now, meanwhile, we do not have communities that are supporting our efforts. So we are going to have a summer that is the wild, wild west. It is already happening. So we have that to contend with too. To be honest, I feel like to serve students, we make a decision now, like the CSUs, the colleges, USC, other school districts, not all of them. And we do it right. As somebody said, we kick butt. We do virtual learning, but we add on all those people we were going to add on that playground. Guess what? They augment that teacher, they outreach small groups, and we keep as many students safe and as many adults and community members as possible. So I'm probably an outlier, and the plan is great. I love the plan, but it's not about the plan. I just can't stand, I can't put a plan out in front of me right now when really we need action. So I'm going to be very unpopular for probably very many people. But in order to serve students correctly, if I was to vote tonight to move forward, and I will wait in August and vote with you guys again, I would vote to go for it and do virtual learning until at least the first semester. Then I know that sports are happy to start in spring. We keep more people safe. We've got a better handle and we have more information. And frankly, we've got our plan, whatever that might be, which we can revisit anytime, really honed, because there's a lot of holes here and a lot of things out of their control. So that's my 2 cents. Sorry.
Okay. Other comments, or the chair would entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation or the plan for the 2020-21 school year.
Jim, if I could ask another question.
Yes, go ahead.
So circling back to my question and your comments, COVID-19 hopefully someday will pass, but that's not to say that there isn't going to be something else now, because we are a more global world of travelers and things get shared. So a part of the very initial conversation of us looking at Canvas and looking at Apex, while it's for the short term, what are we going to do for fall 2020? We also were kind of looking long term to getting ourselves ready for these might be needed in the long run as well. So could maybe Greg or Josh come back and re-explain, of course teachers would like to plan and would like to know what they're doing, but how much of a challenge, if we approve this plan as the plan, just do we start trainings with them before our August 5th meeting? Would they start getting trained in their PLC and that sort of thing on the Apex? And I just want to understand how much, how bad is it if the teachers get trained in this, but we end up not using it because we decide at that point that we have to go 100% online? Because I think we're trying to buy into this program for the long term as well. We want them trained. So that's my question in terms of we're looking to use this for the long term. They're going to get trained on it at some point, correct?
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Bullock,
Yeah.
I'm happy to. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hilly. I'm sure you want this question. Do you want to talk about this one?
Let me do my part, and then you fill in all the gaps.
All right.
So, yes, the intent of developing and purchasing, as we've done so, the online curriculum pieces is so that we have the ability to shift 100% online. So if we are in a 100% online scenario, we won't have missed the beat. Everything we're doing right now is preparing for that. Really, the 50% model where students are able to come to school, or the program A or B option in an elementary setting, is that additional opportunity on top of that online piece, so that students are able to have that interaction and that experience when it's safe to do so. But you're right. When we started this work and thought about long-term, we decided to go with Canvas as a learning management system because we knew that we needed something that would enable us to confront a new world and a new reality. And there's also a point where we have to stop and say, you know what, we can't keep waiting for things to go back to the way they used to be. At some point, we have to just embrace our reality and adapt, because we can't have a year end and say one more year we had a group of students that we just didn't serve because it was too tough to do so. I think we have to really adapt and evolve and change so that we can guarantee every student is going to have the best year they've ever had this upcoming year, and do whatever it takes on our end to make that happen. So the curriculum is a very important and significant part of that. And so we have intentionally designed this approach so that teachers have curriculum we develop that we can improve upon and keep forever, and B, especially for the secondary side of things, where we've seen now every teacher has experience with curriculum that has been vetted. The Apex Learning curriculum, the UC Scout. These are curriculums that have been vetted, they've been utilized, they've been tested. They're good examples of what it can look like. Can our teachers do better? You bet, they can. But we have to help build that capacity in them to do that. So while we're training and while we're getting ready for this upcoming school year, we're also building the strength of our teachers to change for the future so that regardless of the circumstances, we're able to guarantee every student that world-class education that we want them to have in our district. So I do think that every experience we have in this process is one more step toward having the ability to be more flexible, whatever the circumstances might be in the future. And then, yes, we are definitely working to get that training ready. We're trying to have a plan ready to go that will identify opportunities for teachers who want to be early adopters to do some work while we still have a little bit of summer remaining. And then we have a professional learning academy that we run in the beginning of August that will enable teachers to have an opportunity to come and take some additional classes tied to online learning. And then we have mandatory training that will be needed to be completed by every teacher when they return to work in the fall. So we'll have a plan that addresses all three of those groups and ensures that teachers are given access to not only the curriculum, but some skills so that they can very effectively implement it and share it with our kids.
So,
thank you, Mr. Hill. That was very helpful.
Dr. Merwin, can you find a gap in that?
That's hard. I know that's a great answer. I would only say to just, again, Trustee Bullock, to reinforce the fact that we are not waiting on trainings until August 5th. Trainings will start, as Mr. Hill was saying, even like introductory trainings for Canvas start next week. So we are already in the reopening teams have been discussing that. It's ready to go and we're ready to start communicating out. So literally nothing will be held up. Everything moves forward and training will begin.
So as a team, what would happen is we would continue along the path of enrollment, just so that we're really clear on what people are choosing. We would, work through the bargaining unit work that Tim has started with our bargaining units, including, hearing from teachers and understanding leaves and those portions. I know that's work that Tim Brooks was getting information out to employees. I think understanding the data. So we've pulled the data on cases and by city, by zip code, and the data comparison, the cases versus total population, just so that we have that data in the report for you August 5th. You can, see that online for yourselves. Some cities have significantly greater cases per population than other cities. The other piece of data we were trying to find and look for was positive results. The trend is a good indicator. I'm not sure that the county has that, but that's something that we are looking at just so that we can share that information with you all. And then providing what the models are in other districts. I know, pretty sure Irvine and Tustin has taken action on their plans, Los Alamitos. I should know more on Friday. And some of them have approved and are moving forward with a hybrid, and some just an online model. So it's just more information for you for August 5th in terms of then telling us, okay, you're planning for all three models in this plan. We'd like you to pivot, or we want you to implement the three models. And that's, I think, one of the best things about this plan is the flexibility in being able to pivot. So that would be my summary of the next steps, if in fact the board takes action tonight on this plan.
Okay, Trustee McNicholas.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve staff recommendation for the reopening of schools plan for 2020-2021 school year.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Trustee Bullock, excuse me. It's the hour of the day. Is there further discussion or final questions? Hearing none, I will call the roll on the approval of the item. For or against. Trustee Hanachek.
Nay.
Trustee Bullock.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Nay.
Trustee Holloway,
Yes, if it's approving the plan.
that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Trustee Jones,
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas,
Aye.
and I vote aye. I think that's 5-2 in favor of the plan. And thank you all. It was a great discussion.
Okay, so we will bring back a resolution for final decision with what I mentioned on the follow-ups for August 5th. My staff also at this late hour would be willing to push some items that are not as urgent, but they would need to get pushed to August 5th because we do need them before school. And so those would be item number 29, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. They're not tied to reopening, but legal updates and some policies, but they would need to be acted upon on August 5th.
Okay.
Tal, can you repeat those numbers?
Well,
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, one more time. Number 29, number 33, number 34, number 35, number 36, and number 37 could get pushed to August 5th, but would need action then.
Okay, and that, just looking at the speaker log here to make sure that we're not overlooking somebody who might be waiting to speak on those items. Just a second.
Can I also offer, can we bring back I pulled 3, but you probably need all those master contracts done, right? That's Lynn Russ. I don't want to keep her forever either.
Yeah, we need that, and Clark is ready to deal with the one contract that you have a question about.
I'll be quick.
Okay. All right, so taking our work in order and the original order that was intended, that means that we're moving to item 30, which is, if there's no objection on the part of the board to pushing all that till the 5th, does anybody have a problem with it? Okay.
Trustee Reardon, I think I sent you a message on something you might have to recuse yourself on.
You'll have to remind me. Go ahead. It's a public meeting, but what is it?
Something having to do with, I'm sorry, it's very late. It was a contract having to do with your school. Sorry.
Was that on the consent calendar?
Yes, it is.
Or it was. We've already dealt with the consent calendar, so.
So I'm going to ask my staff to take a look, see what it is, and then what we'll do is we'll go back and re-vote. So if someone on my team can actually look up, that would be super helpful. And then we'll go back, reconsider, take a vote to reconsider and reconsider.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is it number 3 that Amy pulled?
Yes.
Okay, I think it was number 3 that I was referring to.
Okay, well, I'll just recuse myself when we get to number 3. Thank you. Second reading, temporary board policy T 6146.1, which is high school graduation requirements. Dr. Holliday.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Board President Reardon, Trustee Superintendent Vitale. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, just fine.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. This evening, staff presents to trustees the second reading of our temporary board policy for high school graduation requirements. This is recommended language is temporary, and it is to support the flexibility for our high school students. Some of those changes and recommendations staff have put forth is that we've modified the policy, reducing the required number of classes needed to graduate from high school to 200 for the classes of 2021 and 2022. This will reduce the number of elective credits students would need to take in order to graduate from high school, specifically 15 elective credits, and 5 credits of health would no longer be required for students in order to graduate from high school. In addition, staff adjusted language to allow students to take more than one class at a community college and allowed students to take this class regardless of the class being offered on a high school campus. We've also eliminated restrictions of weighted grades for college courses. The classes of 22-23 and 23-24 would be grandfathered underneath the 200 credit requirements as outlined in this temporary policy. This would avoid them having to, in the last 2 years of high school, having to worry or be concerned about trying to figure out how to squeeze classes back in if the policy were to change. So that concludes staff's presentation. Other questions?
Okay. Questions or comments by trustees, or a motion, please? Oh, speaker. I have a speaker on number 30. Do I have a speaker on number 30?
Yes, we do. We have 7 speakers and it looks like 6 are in the queue.
Okay, let's start from the top with Jody Barber, please.
Jody, you may unmute yourself. Board President Reardon, will we be doing 3 minutes for this item?
I think so. It's a short one.
Jody, you may go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Shoot.
Jody, are you with us? Let's come back to that.
Hello?
Jody, are you
Hello?
with? Yes, go ahead. You're with the Board of Trustees.
Hi. Okay, thank you. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. I wasn't quite ready. Okay. So keeping the health class is extremely important. There are so many important subjects: stress, teen pregnancy, STDs, training, CPR training, texting and driving, drug and suicide prevention, what drugs and alcohol do to the brain, healthy choices, etc., to be discussed in the home and taught in the classroom. So many are struggling with depression, anxiety, and drugs. I'm on the front lines getting the calls, and many are from parents of freshman kids. On a personal level, after losing my 19-year-old son to an accidental prescription drug overdose in 2010, I began my mission in the health class where my boys went to school, and today I continue my mission doing free health class presentations. I receive positive emails from the parents whose son and daughters come home sharing what they learn. Also, overtaken as part of the curriculum in health classes, the lesson plan can be downloaded and printed off the internet, and the documentary is on YouTube. The young teens need to see what the consequences are if they use drugs, misuse prescription drugs, and drink alcohol. I feel health is one of the most important classes in school. Also, parents need to be educated. With that said, I'd like to see parent night overtake in presentations and allow extra credit if students attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Temple Liebman.
Unmute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Temple.
Hi. So this point that you guys have here has adjusted language to allow students to take more than one class at a community college. And I'm asking you to consider allowing students who take core type classes at a community college who pass with a good grade, whatever that is to be determined, that they could use that class to count towards their graduation requirement credit. For example, a student who's taking a college US history class at Saddleback could use that class to count, so they don't have to repeat US history at the high school for graduation. It doesn't make any sense to allow kids who are high achievers to take college classes but still require the same class again at the high school level. If they're achieving a passing grade at the college level, then they have certainly proven their comprehension of the subject. And then to go a little further, if I can understand that you may not want to allow that carte blanche, but maybe 2 or 3 substitutions where they could say, okay, you took the US history at the college, you don't have to take it. Especially for classes like history, math, or English. This allows the kids that open period to take another possibly needed class. And I'm really talking about juniors and seniors here only. What is specified in this point, your 2021 and 2022 graduates. That's all I really have, but I'd like you to consider this as soon as possible, because some kids took classes this summer that they would like to not repeat at high school this fall. And so I would just ask you to consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll get to that in discussion. Marcy Mednick, please.
Marcy, you may unmute your mic and start.
Good evening, Superintendent Vitale and board members. I recognize that the district is facing unprecedented challenges during this academic year. And as a co-founder of the Wellness and Prevention Center, I know that health class is one of the few remaining places our teens learn how to care for their mind and body. As you know, they also learn healthy ways to cope with the ups and downs of being a teen, as well as what good mental health looks like. This may seem obvious at first, but most of our teens don't really know what this looks like. And during this time of extreme isolation and uncertainty, the health class is a way to support them. We also know that when kids are suffering emotionally and physically, they're not at their best academically. And as a result, their grades and academics will suffer. From a public health perspective, good mental and physical health must be a planned outcome, not luck. School health education programs can help reduce risky behaviors, including poor nutrition, physical inactivity, and drug and alcohol use. Because these behaviors are amenable to change, high school health provides an ideal opportunity to promote positive, healthy behaviors and improve long-term outcomes. At a time when 28% of ninth graders report chronic sadness, the use of electronic cigarettes are skyrocketing, and our students' lives have been upended by COVID, this is not the time to remove health. In fact, I would argue that this is the time to really be supplementing our young people with things that can improve their immune system. Additionally, our large population of minority students have an even greater need for health classes, as they are at a greater risk of chronic disease. We've seen this firsthand with the Latino population being 2.9 times more likely to get COVID. Additionally, our minority population and social economic disadvantaged families often lack access to and use of quality healthcare. And thus the health class again is one of the few places that they have to get this. Learning health behavior during these these adolescent years is so key to having a long time healthy behaviors. So I understand you guys have a great deal to consider in how we forge these plans as we move ahead, but I'd really encourage you to find a way to somehow fit in health education. This is, while it's not a fix all and we can't address everything, it's the one tool that these young people have. And I really hope we find a way to make this work. And thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
Board President Reardon, I'd like to remind the board we would need to vote to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I move we extend the meeting to 11:30.
There's a motion to 11:30. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'm going to have to take a roll call on that. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. So we have until 11:30. And we just finished with Marcy, and now Michelle Plossel-Campbell, please.
Michelle, your line is live. Please unmute and begin.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. I would like to wish Josh Hill the best on his future endeavors and thank him for all the work he's done on behalf of the students of CUSD. In reading the description here, it says that we have reduced it to 200 classes. At 6 classes per year, that would take students 33 1/3 years to complete high school. Yeah. I think it needs to be changed to credits instead of 200 classes. Now back to my original statement. On this issue, I am speaking only representing my family. Given the challenges of scheduling due to COVID-19, I can understand the need to temporarily adjust graduation requirements and also calendar requirements. However, I am concerned that we are drastically limiting elective options for students at the high school level and also outsourcing many classes or subjects to the community colleges. For many students, they need high school to be high school and for high school to prepare them to meet the challenges of college. Pushing students into college early for convenience or to check a box on the dual enrollment for LCAP is not appropriate. These changes need to be centered on providing the greatest opportunities to the students, the greatest range of electives and subjects available that are high school level for our high school students. I worry that many students are not ready for dual enrollment. They need high school to prepare them for college, not college to prepare them for college. I am aware that we have some superstar students who take all AP classes, but when setting this policy, it needs to be for the all and not the few. So please think carefully before adjusting requirements that limit choice and options for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Edward Joseph, please.
Edward is not on our call this evening. The next speaker is Angie Tisdale. Angie, you may unmute yourself.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Angie.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for your time. My name is Angie Tisdale. I've been teaching health at San Clemente High School now for 15 years. I am also the parent of 2 CUSD students. I speak tonight on behalf of all of the health teachers in Capistrano Unified School District. And we want to thank you for hearing our concerns tonight and in the weeks previous to now. We come to you tonight from a place of passion and purpose. We believe health to be a crucial part of educating the whole child. We understand that in this difficult time that you must make difficult decisions. We believe that educating our students on the importance of their mental and emotional health, as well as their social and physical health, is crucial for their success. Moving out of high school and into the real world. We are seeing now what in these real world events today, how critical knowing how to balance our health is. I ask you tonight 2 things. That indeed, if you find it necessary to remove health in the upcoming year's curriculum, that your decision would be a 1-year freeze for the class of 2024 only. Secondly, if COVID-19 conditions force CUSD into a 100% online situation in the fall, we ask that health would remain required for this year's incoming freshmen. You must know that we all love our jobs. And to reiterate, we consider health absolutely critical to the education of the whole child. Academics is not the only event of school and of life. It's just not. And there's so much in this classroom that they hear and feel and see that we have to address, especially with kids that are at risk. As stated by Greg Merwin earlier, we know he quoted, we know that social and emotional learning strategies are essential, and I would second that. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Angie. And finally, Jessica Geyer, please.
Superintendent Battelle, President Reardon, and trustees, I am disappointed that health is still on the chopping block, especially during our current health crisis. I was hopeful that health may have been saved with the mention of Apex offering an online health class and an ethnic studies class at a 1 semester each, which both would benefit our students. Again, I would ask, if health will no longer be required, where will students receive the high school sexual health lessons? PE was suggested last meeting, but with the models presented tonight, PE will not be offered. So where will these critical and mandated lessons be given? A very quick shout out to Dr. Holliday for her quick response last week about the current online health. It was very helpful, so I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. And that brings it back to the board. Maybe we could start by clarifying some of those public comments. I think the first one that I made note of was the necessity to repeat classes taken in community college back in high school. If I'm not mistaken, that's the intent of this modification. Do I have that right, Dr. Holliday?
So thank you, President Reardon. Good question, and I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, as well as the speaker this evening. And the courses that we are recommending that would be approved for college credit and CUSD credit are those that are elective courses. Right now, we would look at those courses that meet the state minimum graduation requirements, because these courses actually must meet specific standards and adhere to state approved frameworks to ensure that students are participating in that state approved curriculum. So what we're looking at is the electives, and I'm happy to have Mr. Hill kind of go a little deeper or provide a little bit more detail as to the specifics around those college courses.
So as we turn it over to Mr. Hill, does I heard mention of the fact that we're checking the box on the LCAP. The emphasis on the electives would seem to set that argument aside, right? Because what we're actually doing is providing an opportunity for students who might be not even on a college track. Do I have that correct as well?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Hill, any comments?
Yeah, so if I could, yes. So just to clarify too, when we talk about electives, I think people often think of classes like art or other courses that are not traditionally core academic classes. In this sense, an elective would be a course that's not required by the state of California for graduation. So our school board requires several more courses above and beyond the 130 credits that the state of California requires. So a fourth year of English, third year of math. Actually not math anymore, but math, that's right. Those are board requirements, but they're not state requirements. So a student could take a core academic class at Saddleback College, get high school and college credit for it, but not every class could be offered. For example, U.S. history is a state requirement. The state has a very specific framework and laws that have been passed that ensure that every student in California takes that state-approved class. Saddleback College, as an example, is not required to adhere to the same standards, the same frameworks that have been authorized by the state. So where U.S. history might not be an option, we could find a fourth year of English that could be an option. The student could take a literature class at Saddleback College and get high school credit for it. So I just wanted to clarify that when we talk about electives, I don't want people to think that only means you can take, an art class or a technology class. You could take a core academic class, but there are certain courses that need to be taught in the high school setting because state requirements ask that we ensure students have access to standards-based courses. So I know that's one piece of it, and I feel like there's a second part that just slipped my mind. I apologize for that.
Second was for people who are not on a necessarily four-year degree path and might be thinking a vocational path.
Yes, and we would want to continue to support those options. So we've started a program at Capistrano Valley High School specifically targeting that population. But this would enable us to do this at other schools as well. We might not start next year with a intensive early college program like the one we're contemplating at Capistrano Valley, but the door is open for students to sign up for certain classes at Saddleback that could meet some of the same requirements. It would just take a little more coaching and support from the guidance staff to help them land in the right course. We also have a partnership with Saddleback College that has Saddleback College counselors at our high schools every week. So they could be utilized as well to help support and coax kids into taking classes that will help them meet their post-secondary goals.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions from trustees or comments? Judy.
Yeah, I have some questions and comments. And just to add on to what Mr. Hill had expressed, I was talking to my kids today, and they made me aware that anything above Algebra 2, their stats class, their calc class, that was all considered electives, not math. I want to sidestep, I want to talk about or ask questions, but I want to address Angie Tisdale and say thank you to the health teachers who very thoughtfully sent an email to us trustees expressing 2 thoughts, and I would like to have the answers to them. So, and Angie, we received a lot of emails about our health teachers from students and alumni. But Angie, I think I want to take your class, because I got to tell you, you are a rock star in terms of what these students were saying about the meaning of your class to them. So thank you. So let me start with Mr. Hill. I need better, or Dr. Holliday, I need better explanation. Why can we not, as they worded it in their email, have a 1-year freeze on health class? And we're looking to do that because of our budget situation. Why can it not be a 1-year freeze for the class of 2024? Why do we have to make it 2 years? Can we do it for 1 year with the anticipation to go back, or what is the thought process there for starters?
So I'll begin, and then Mr. Hill, if you want to add to that, that's more than fine. But I think really ultimately what we're trying to keep in mind is the already busy impacted schedules that our students have as they progress in their high school career. And if we freeze it 1 year, that means that then students are trying to figure out when and where they're going to take it in a later year. And so we're just trying to keep that in mind so that we're not having to cause that additional stress or create a requirement for them to figure out how to accomplish it in the summer.
But it could be taken as it could be taken as an elective class, but we're not offering it this year, so it couldn't be this year. But they couldn't they take it then? I see. So if we freeze it, then it's still a requirement come 2022. And correct. So you're saying that they would have to take that, and they couldn't have the option of taking one less elective class. They couldn't do a swap, in other words.
Correct.
I guess I have a question that's even more basic than that. Is I guess I thought the reason for eliminating health at this point is to give more flexibility to our juniors and seniors to be able to make sure they get their graduation requirements in during this pandemic of restrictions.
Yeah. And I don't understand that piece either.
Because juniors and seniors have probably already taken it. So
correct.
This doesn't give them flexibility. It gives the flexibility to incoming freshmen. And we actually really aren't worried about them as far as their schedule flexibility and meeting the graduation requirements. I tend to agree with Ms. Tisdale and the rest of the health teachers is that our freshmen actually need that class more than they need extra electives at this point. I mean, I'm all for giving, like I said, we want to focus on getting our juniors and seniors, make sure they're getting their graduation requirements. But this eliminating health the way it's written here, doesn't do it. And it's not just 2 years, it's really 4 years. If you read the added sentence that says the classes of 22-23 and 23-24 would be grandfathered under the 200 credit requirements as outlined in this temporary policy. To me, it doesn't say, okay, 200 credits is one thing, but that also means no health either for 4 years. And that,
yeah, well, and I understand as of today, we didn't have the numbers that we requested in terms of how many juniors and seniors are we impacting right now? How many juniors and seniors currently have not taken health? Because that would be helpful. And then, so my second question that you can come back and answer is, I received kind of I'll call it a half answer earlier today when I asked, so if a student opts to take 100% online for fall 2020, can they take health? But I was told that, well, we still would need the full-time equivalent teacher, which we're not placing in health. So I need to better understand when we say 100% online, is there a teacher attached with every subject for every student?
Yes.
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 Yes, there is when that's available. So at Cal Prep Academy, for instance, which would be the best example currently, there is a teacher who teaches health to students there. So we just have to adhere to the same kinds of staffing ratios that we would have in a classroom. So whether it's being offered in a brick and mortar setting or online, we still have to have a teacher working with an acceptable number of students. So that I guess is the short answer to it. I think there was two parts. One was being able to repurpose staff so that we could have an all hands on deck approach in supporting extended learning and looking at all the ways that we could provide flexibility for that. And then the second half of that was creating additional flexibility at the high school. I know it says juniors and seniors. That was the context in which we were considering these decisions, but really the health specific one is geared more toward freshmen and sophomores, because we are looking at also reallocating staff who would teach introductory elective courses to those students as well. And it's, again, going back to supporting the extended learning setting, but then creating maximum flexibility for freshmen and sophomores so that they aren't held back by the fact that we have reduced their opportunities in 9th and 10th grade to take courses. So there's another policy we'll be asking you to consider tonight that limits or reduces the number of classes a student must take from 6 to 5 in 9th and 10th grade. And that's part of that conversation as well. We just want to create more flexibility for our 9th and 10th graders so that if we take their health teacher or their beginning art teacher or whatever that is and move them to another setting, that student has a chance still to make up that class or is told, you don't have to worry about it. We waive that requirement for you. Go focus on, a different class as you're looking toward graduation.
I would also
why
add,
can we not, for the year 2022, where the bulk of our 9th graders take health 9th grade. So why can't, for this pandemic, we make it that, well, most of the kids then will take it in 10th grade and we deduct the 20 credits from electives and not split it 15-5 with health? What would be the problem in doing that?
Yeah, so I don't think there's a problem at all. I believe the desire was to create that flexibility, and the 2 years created more flexibility so that we had that for the following year as opposed to having to bring it back again this year. But unless I'm wrong, I don't think that there's, I think we can decide whatever we want to decide tonight. We just want that guidance in this conversation.
and I would add, Mr. Hill, that
from students, how important that class has been to them. Okay, I'm done.
Let's hear from staff.
My apologies, Ms. Bullicus, for interrupting. Thank you. I would just add, though, that part of this flexibility is allowing us to repurpose staff to provide extended learning. So, the great instructional knowledge and support would be utilized at the elementary level, which I know is different. I understand that. So if we were to change it from health to an elective, we're not sure that we would come up with the same number of FTE, let's just say. We would have to go run those numbers again and relook at that. It might not result in the same amount FTE, it might be less. The other thing is that, just to clarify for Trustee McNicholas, is that it technically is 2 years in which you'd have the policy in place, and then what would happen is that we'd return back to its current state, and then you would just have to have some flexibility for those 2 years that we switched it on them all of a sudden, and that we would want to be able to say for those then juniors and seniors, oops, we're not all of a sudden going to make you have to take health when we had it waived or temporarily not in place for 2 years. So that, I know it feels like it's 4 years, but it's actually in effect for 2 years for all 4 years, freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors. So kind of confusing, but I just wanted to try to clarify that.
So you mean for that
How many health teachers are we looking at? How many health teachers would we be redeploying to support K-5?
And again, this depends on credentials, but the figure is, I believe it's 4.2 FTE or 4.7 FTE Josh, is that correct?
I'm sorry, for health specifically, I'll have to confirm the number. The number I had is 12, but that might not be full FTE. Those teachers might teach other courses as well. So we'll have to confirm that.
I think the 4.7 was what we got last Friday when on the estimate of the number of people needed to support explore the extended learning.
So
that's correct.
So the reason I ask is could we consider hiring, if it's a small number of teachers, we're not talking, 50, 60, 70 teachers, could we consider hiring paraeducators to support the K-5 in extended learning and keep our health teachers?
Interrupt here because there's something that's being missed here that's kind of important. The two-way immersion students who we have at Capel Valley High, at San Juan Hills, and at San Clemente High School have 5 classes that they have to take. They have to take English, they have to take world history because that's what's taught in their target language. They have to take math, science, and they have to take their world language. So those students, if they're only going to be able to take 5 classes, which is what we're saying, to be able to do this plan for high school, they literally cannot take health. It can't fit into 5 periods for those students. And we have a lot of them because Mandarin comes online this year at Capel Valley High. So this is not a trivial issue for a fairly significant number of students. One other quick thing, and that is we aren't talking about the class of 2021. There are going to be kids in that class, whether they're transfers in or whatever, who have not successfully passed the health class. That's the class that we, no matter what, if we're not offering health this year, we have to exempt.
So,
for clarification, the incoming freshmen this year, 9th grade, 2020-21, when you say 4 years, it's a 4-year plan. It's following that student through to 2024, but you're not grandfathering in sophomores this year, correct? If the sophomore didn't take it in 9th grade because they thought maybe they would take it in 10th or 11th, what are you saying to them? I need clarity, please.
Once we pass it, it is no longer a requirement. So our existing student would not be required to complete health. I think we also have to remember that we are diligently working to provide extended learning. In order to provide extended learning, we have to have certificated staff supports at all of our elementary schools. This is one of many ways for us to accomplish how to get those certificated staff along with our electives to support the extended learning, which is a priority in making sure that we can do that 100% option on our campuses.
Well, I understand that for this year, but then someone also needs to answer Jessica's question, which was clearly stated. So like the Chaya and the 3 different elements of the health class that are a requirement, since it's not going to be PE, where will that instruction be given to our students?
Science.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Hill.
That would be offered in the online PE class is the plan right now. So we would actually be developing a course within Apex, combining the PE and those components of the health class into a new 9th grade PE class.
Not in science.
Correct.
I think that
just in PE.
I think that was answered differently just a week ago. So
I have a question.
yes, go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. So back to ostensibly, this is to repurpose staff to help with our plan, 100% learning. But as Jim articulated, tonight we voted for the plan, not really what we will be implementing in the fall. So I'm almost thinking I need to understand that if we do go to virtual learning, do we still need to eradicate all of these electives and create this? It's a pretty upheaval thing that we're attempting to do here with this temporary board policy. So I'm almost wondering if we wait till August 5th to know what our true launch is, because if it ostensibly, again, this is to support the plan to repurpose staff, and we go to virtual learning, do we still need, what do we do with everybody?
It does have two purposes, I think. One is the repurposing of staff to support the plan, but the other purpose is to provide flexibility for high schoolers who are going to be in a reduced schedule.
Yeah, well, let me just ask staff, because if we don't go to the plan, that we aren't able to do that, and BTW, of course, I wish we were doing that, but I don't believe it's going to happen. What do we do with the diminished elective teachers, and do our families understand that their electives are going to be, choices are going to be changed?
So I think it goes back to what Dr. Merwin shared earlier, in that we need that flexibility to transition back into what might be this model that was approved this evening. It's going to be a slow reopening once again, once we move out of stage 2 into stage 3 into stage 4, and that we'll be able to use the resource staff to be able to transition to that 100% support on our elementary campuses.
Okay, one more comment on, because I originally was supporting eliminating health, but I've changed my mind, because I really do think, especially in this situation of needing social emotional support and for our kids, I want to keep health. The other thing, as it relates to, I really see in the future, in the near future, we are going to have our ethnic studies or cultural diversity course, either as our choice or as required by the state. And I think that's going to be another semester course. So once we take away, if we say we're going to temporarily take away health, but we're probably going to put it back to match with another course, I say we keep it in. And because I think the advantage of getting 4.7 FTEs to support our extended learning, I think we need to find them somewhere else. I think we need to keep the health teachers there. I want to go on to talk about.
Well, Martha, wait a minute. If you're going to do that, we have to give kids 6 periods again in 9th grade, or the two-way immersion kids.
They've got 6 periods. As Josh says, you can take 6 or 7 or whatever you need. They've got 6 periods.
I don't see how that is.
There's 6 boxes on there.
Yeah, but each of those courses requires 2 boxes.
I think one option we could look at is other electives. So we could take the opportunity to unpack and study more electives as an option too. That still has an impact. So, and I think, unfortunately, these are really difficult positions as we try to prioritize our priorities here and focus on providing that 100% opportunity for our students on our elementary campuses. So we're happy to continue to look at the data.
Okay. The other thing I want to do is go back to the wording of enrolling in community college courses. We are taking out a roadblock for students who might have the opportunity or the initiative or the need to take more than one course at Saddleback. I'd like to see that added, not just Saddleback, but at Irvine Valley as well. I know we already have a concurrent college studies program with Saddleback, but if we really are taking that roadblock, I'd like to see Irvine Valley in there. However, I don't want to push kids that way. And that's where the idea of they can take elective courses, but as Judy said, anything above Algebra 2 would be considered elective. Any of our science classes that beyond 2 years could be considered elective. I really think we have to look at that on a case-by-case basis, and especially as it relates to our next item, which the next board policy on giving the grade bump to college classes just as a blanket. And I really want to make sure that approved course stays within the, we want to make sure if we have a choice, we want our kids to take classes from our teachers, not necessarily give them oh gee, I could take my whole course load at Saddleback. I want to make sure that ideas and events in physics offered at Saddleback is not considered an equivalent to AP physics in order to get a grade bump. The history of rock, and no offense to Dr. Pritchard, who taught that class, is a 3-unit class online, which would give a student basically 10 units of fine arts credit, because they already get a credit bump going from taking a college class, because our policy says there's for every unit of college, community college class, it's 3.5 times to get a high school credit. So they're already getting a credit bump, and then we're going to offer them a grade bump as well, just because it's a college class. So
I'd like to rush in here and see if I could offer a remedy, because I think we could sit here and squeeze this putty all night.
Before you do, you might need to extend the time. I'm sorry to interrupt abruptly.
Yeah, well, what I was going to suggest is that we do have a meeting on August 5th. And that would provide enough time for those who think there's a problem with this policy to maybe distill their thoughts, and for staff to examine whether there are other electives that could satisfy the FTE demand. And we could bring all this stuff back on the 5th, maybe fully fledged, rather than sit here tonight and try to mutilate it, because it's very complex topic. And I hear, Trustee Jones making a, legitimate point as well. We need to consider that. It's perhaps too much to deal with in a meeting with this many people.
Thank you, President Reardon. I think I kind of suggested that, but you did it so much better. And I support that 1,000%. Thank you.
So
that requires a commitment. I get your point. We're going to vote here in a moment. But what I was going to suggest is that if there's no objection, and we have a commitment from trustees who have an interest in this topic to engage, that we would take 30, 31, and 32 and just move those to next week, to August 2nd or 5th, I mean.
So the one dilemma, and I'm going to ask Dr. Merwin and Mr. Hill to chime in, is that elementary principals are going to begin to make master schedules for extended learning.
Yep.
And they actually, in order for us to be able to do everything that has to happen, in order to make that work, these policies are critical to that, because then they have to look at by credential, by name, by teacher. And so if they don't have that till August 6th, I'm not sure how they would do that. So maybe Mr. Hill, Dr. Merwin, if you could address that, that would be great.
Can I just remind you what I was trying to blurt in before? We've got 1 minute, and I think we need to extend the time.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to extend the time.
I make a motion to extend the time to midnight, or
Second.
15.
Midnight's fine.
Second.
Okay, I will read them off. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. And so I think there was a question on the floor for Dr. Hill, or excuse me, not for Dr. Hill, for Dr. Merwin.
Yeah, I'll thank you, President Reardon. I'll start, and then Mr. Hill, feel free to jump in. That we had planned to go ahead and, as principals are coming back for our retreat next week, to provide them with time to start developing master schedules for their schools, looking at their early registration data as they're reaching out to contact the families that haven't registered, and to start this master scheduling and needing to, part of it is to need to know, well, how many, we say FTE, full-time equivalents, how many full-time teachers am I getting on my campus, and with very specific information so that they can then start building those schedules. So that would be the concern of waiting until August 5th, is literally the preparation for staffing was going to start next week.
Yeah, if I could just add to that briefly, I just want to highlight that I think we've done a lot to really look at anywhere we could trim anything from the secondary programming to free up staff to support elementary programming. And I think there's a point where we start cutting deep enough that it starts to touch our philosophical values around what a secondary or a high school education actually means. And there's a point where we start cutting too deep and we really start to feel the pain of that. And I think that's kind of where I feel like we're at, and where I feel like I've been in this process really all along. I don't know that we'll be able to find other elective classes, and I would almost recommend that we just own that we're going to have to hire more paraeducators to fill that role. It's going to cost more money, but the only other option is to cut programming that I think is really important to a lot of people. And I think, I agree with a lot of what's been shared tonight. I love high school. I love high school education. I love our comprehensive programming. And I think that it's something that sometimes does draw families to our district. And I'm just really sensitive about cutting any area deep enough that we might lose something and inadvertently drive people out of the district to another place that might offer some of that. So I don't know that we can certainly look again and see if there are other elective classes we can try to squeeze FTE out of, but I almost wonder if the answer to the question is without these staff, we simply would just have to identify additional paraeducators that we'd have to hire to fill that need to support extended learning at the elementary school. So that may not be the best answer, I'm sorry, but I'm just not sure right now, based on what I'm hearing, how much, where we would look for those electives that we haven't already really looked.
Right, and if I can continue on that, so I believe, Mr. Hill, you've done a pretty deep analysis into this already. Really, a further analysis into the elective options is not going to get us any further. Maybe you could talk to that, because I think that's at the place where we're at, and then just timing being of the essence here to begin some very significant preparations next week.
I have a question. Have we looked at the preschool teachers and preschool aides that we had to lay off last month? Is that an option? Bring them back to support extended learning?
Yes, they could absolutely hire or actually apply for any of those openings right now. Those positions are already flown and available for individuals to apply. And so it's a different class. So we would have to look at it differently. That's why it's a application process. And we're already in process of trying to work out how to bring back employees as we're trying to look at what our staffing or what our enrollment's really going to look like. We're getting more solid numbers each day with preschool.
So let me try this. You can't take a preschool teacher and then have them as a credentialed teacher teaching K-12. And so the more paras you hire for extended learning, paras can they can support a lesson, they can't create a lesson. They're very different than a credentialed teacher. So the backbone of the extended learning, in order for that to work, you need a certain percentage of actual credentialed teachers who are there teaching lessons and tied to cohorts of kids. And so if you don't have enough teachers doing that we know by credential, by name, and you add more and more paras, at a certain point, you won't be able to do the extended learning because a para is not a teacher. And I think we talked a little bit about this before, where the teacher creates lessons, can teach lessons, where para can extend a lesson that a teacher has actually drafted and done. Totally different, not unlike maybe what a parent did at home with homework, or they did with, worksheet during distance learning. So I just think that's a critical component to this, that we need to make sure that we're able to have that viable if in fact at some point, whether that's now or that's October or that's whenever, because we won't be able to make the 100% for elementary, which was a value, work. And so I don't want the board, and I know these are really hard choices, but I don't want you to be, I want you to be guided that that's a really important aspect of this, is having actual teachers as a big part of that extended learning.
So what I'm hearing is that the staff needs this to make the plan whole, whether it's for the first day of school or the second semester. And I'm also hearing that it's a value of the board that we try to do everything we can to protect health in high school. But I haven't heard the board say that that is something that we need to necessarily do for the coming year.
And so I guess what I would recommend is that you do it for the 9th grade class, that then however we have to represent that in the policy so that we can have extended learning be viable, right? It can't come from somewhere else, because now we've done this analysis and presented this plan and information over a series of meetings. And it's not that we don't value health, we all deeply value health. But now when we've had to prioritize the priorities, if extended learning is important at some point, whether it's now or it's later, that has to be viable. And if we start to chip away at any of those teachers that we now know by name, that no longer becomes viable at a certain point. So maybe what you give direction on is that you do this for the year, and that if there's any way possible, you would recommend health be the place where if we could use less teachers, we will for this year. I just think we deeply need this level of flexibility to make extended learning work.
For this year.
For this year.
So
Yes.
I still don't understand why we can't freeze health for 1 year and switch if we have to cut 20 credits, because to be fair, we don't make it electives, and let health resume next year.
So I think this would be the decision of the board. What we were trying to figure out is how do you help a student, because normally you take it in 9th grade. Right? We all recognize that. Like, where do they fit this in? Because at the end of the day, what we predict would happen is that in order to make it up in 10th grade, the kids wouldn't take it in their schedule. They would take it online. So the very purpose you were trying to get at with the health teachers may not even happen, because they would be making up, not necessarily on campus. And so if in fact, however the policy has to look, that it's this class of students, and this class of students then are grandfathered in until they graduate on health, then we won't have kids like trying to take it at Cal Prep or wherever else just to make it up versus getting that experience. And then current 8th graders would go back to health as normal.
Could they take it? What can a student take one class at Cal Prep?
Josh, do you want to talk about help with Cal Prep, please?
Yeah, they could. The reality is, if we had hundreds of students or thousands of students wanting to take it, we'd have to add teachers. But yes, students can take a class at Cal Prep. They can also take a class through Pacific Coast High School, through Access County programs. We have students currently taking courses through those programs. Opportunities for Learning is another one.
Yeah, but again, we get back to the the value and the efficacy of health face to face versus, these online experiences, those have always been the workaround for kids who are in the 10th and 11th grade who didn't fulfill the health requirement. And it doesn't sound like we're solving the problem if we just do it for 1 year, because what we're doing potentially is pushing some kids into that again.
And we keep saying how important mental health is.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day,
But we've listed mental health and social emotional as component number 3 in our reopening plan. And then we're turning around and eliminating the class in high school, in our secondary ed, that addresses those issues with those kids. And we're in the middle of a pandemic, which is the class that they need right now.
But here's the other thing. I mean, they may be needed in all kinds of different grades. One of the things we know about kids is that they love their electives. And if we're forcing them out of an elective in order to take health, which I'm not saying it's not a great class, but that's a social emotional thing as well for kids. I mean, I know that a lot of kids stay in school just for the electives.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that kids will take health in the summertime to avoid interfering with their electives. Yeah. It's a big deal.
Mine did.
Yeah, so did mine.
So we need to come to some kind of consensus here. I think the superintendent has offered a sort of idea in compromise, which is to limit this to 1 year. And
I'm for that.
I'm in favor of limiting it for 1 year, but we have to make it not a graduation requirement for the class of 2021 if it's not going to be available, because a small number of kids won't have taken it. And we don't want them to fail to graduate because they can't take a class that we no longer offer.
Okay, is that sort of, anybody on the staff side have an objection to that little edit? You can see the conflict. I mean, they won't have time to take it.
I agree. And we want to also look at that data as well to make sure that we know what juniors are in the same boat, but we can definitely look at the 1 year for the class of 2021.
So the language would read what, Dr. Holliday?
So the language would read that this is a temporary policy for 1 year where health is not a requirement for the senior class of 2020-2021. And I think you're asking for it to be frozen as well for the incoming freshmen.
For 1 year.
Correct, for 1 year.
So the current 9th graders would come back and make it up at some point.
Correct. So that's what I'm hearing is the board's desire at this point.
So if we can just get the language so that somebody could make a motion in the actual policy, Dr. Holliday.
I'm sorry to do this. I want to mention one thing here, just to be careful of. So we know that we have a lot of families that will take it over the summer and did so right now, incoming 9th graders, because they know about that and they might have a plan that's more secure. My worry is many of our students, especially at promise students or students who don't have that same kind of support at home or that same kind of planning coming into 9th grade, plan on taking it in 9th grade. We would be forcing a lot of students, I think, to take it either over the summer or when they're older. And the problem there is that 10th grade is already full, just with the regular classes they have to take. 11th and 12th grade, we could certainly require it, but we're going to have a lot of kids taking 11th and 12th grade. And that's often a point where students are maturing more in their post-secondary planning and starting to specialize a little bit. So I just want to be sensitive to that. Not just to point out a problem, but a solution there would be to waive the requirement for the class of 2024. so that those students who are coming into ninth grade are not put at a disadvantage as well. They would be the only class that didn't get a chance to take it in ninth grade, whereas every other group of students currently enrolled did get that chance in ninth grade. So I just want to be sensitive to that one piece and point that out before you make a final decision there.
Then there's only one class that's this year that we have to find a way for them to get the three, I think it's three, state required pieces of curriculum within health that'll be in PE.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Hill, you're proposing, let me just understand, that we don't require health for the class of 2021 and the class of 2024. And that would be the only change at this time.
Right.
So let's go to the page, and Susan, if you can just read the language into the record that we're then suggesting based on those.
We'll get a motion.
So I think the best way to phrase it would be to put underneath the table that the class of health and that requirement would be waived for the classes of 2020 through 2021 and the class for 23-24, to result in those classes only having to have 200 credits to graduate.
Are we separating it? I mean,
But you have to specifically say something about health, right? The 5 credits for health.
Health, yep.
we could certainly.
I did.
Don't need
Yep.
200 credits, but that would just reduce the elective requirements, not reduce.
Yeah, she's incorporated the name of the course.
So I think we could continue to have a reduced elective requirement for all students that are already identified there. We would just be specifically pointing out the health class in that supplemental language. Dr. Hall, is that right?
That's correct. It's just health.
Okay.
Okay, so is that clear enough for trustees to have the staff craft that language? I think everybody understands what we're doing.
But I think that currently the way the chart's listed, it says for the class of 2021, 2022, and that would be our current juniors. So we already missed the class of for our seniors.
And I think that's actually a mistake. And because just now Dr. Holliday was referring to the class of 2020, 2021, and there is no such thing. There's only the class of 2021. The class of 2020 is already out.
The school year, yeah, you're correct. So the class of 2021.
Yeah, there's two separate issues we're dealing with in this policy. One is health. The other is reducing the elective requirement, because we're also transferring other elective teachers to extended learning opportunities. So it might be a photo teacher, it might be an art teacher, it might be a ceramics teacher. So that was the intent of reducing the elective requirement. We would build back into the table health, and then in that supplemental language, clarify that for the class of 2021 and 2024, health would not be a requirement. So the table above would be the same, except that we'd add health back in, clarify in the supplemental language that it's not required for 2021 and 24 classes, and then have the reduced credit requirement to still support the students in the class of 2021-22 who are, sorry, for the students who are, yes, it's 2023-24 who would actually be impacted by us offering fewer courses to our freshmen and sophomores for electives. I think we need to rework this table here, you guys. I'm so sorry about that, but I think I need to wrap my mind around it better. I'm not able to do it out loud right now.
So then my question is, and Josh, you're probably going to remember, I had a couple from the last meeting on June 24th waiting to know whether they should enroll in that online health class that started July 1st. Well, they did, and they're taking it. So they're going to be the class of 2024, and in their freshman year, they've taken health. So how does that impact them? Did they have to take one less elective, or it just means that they may have 205 credits when they graduate?
That's right. And those students who are taking over the summer will probably have 240 credits by the time they graduate, because traditionally those are the kinds of students who do this.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I guess
make a motion then.
I'm going to ask this question. Can we make a motion that includes sufficient detail and gives the staff the latitude to recreate that table? The table needs to be kind of reconstructed.
I'm just going to move that we pass this per the discussion we've just had. I just don't think that we can get the language exactly the way we want it, but I think the discussion documents what we're talking about.
So I want to clarify what the language is. So the board, I just want to make sure. So the board is in full support of a temporary policy that reduces the elective credits and takes away the health requirement for the class of 2021 and the class of 2024. Is that the value of the board? And have I captured that, Josh?
Yes, that was perfect. Yeah, thank you.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. We're governing at midnight, boys and girls, and it never works out well. So if there's no further discussion on that, I will call the roll on item 30 for approval with the stated amendment. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that passes as amended 7-0. Now we're at 31, second reading, temporary board policy T5121.1, grades and evaluation of student achievement. And I know there's going to be some discussion on this.
My discussion is the same as it was on the previous one on the definition of approved courses, college courses, because we're offering, again, the grade bump for approved college course. And I just want to, I don't necessarily demand change in the wording. I just want a commitment from staff that we have to have the rigor that would be equivalent to an AP IB course, or that are part of a CTE pathway on the approved college courses list.
Is there any comment back from staff on that?
Mr. Reardon and Ms. McNicholas. So this policy, like you said, would approve college courses to receive the weighted grades along with IB and AP and honors, as well as we've shared in the past, we also give a grade bump to CTE classes. Now your CTE classes may not have that level of rigor necessarily you would see in your IB or AP course. So we want to keep that in mind, that while we look at courses with our team to determine what would qualify, yes, we can look at that rigor and work with our sites and reviewing the Saddleback classes to make sure that they qualify for receiving that weighted point.
Well, it would seem to me that one of the ways that you could sort of identify CTE courses that were deserving of the rigor of the grade bump would be if they are part of some kind of established pathway and not some of the standalone arts and crafts that they have over there.
Correct.
Okay.
But here's the thing, not even in our own high schools, there are classes that are not very rigorous, and you get an A in that just because of the nature of the class. You know, you take a physics class, you take a calculus class, whether those are AP or not, they are more difficult, more work than any number of elective classes might be. I understand what Trustee McNicholas is saying, but I just think that it is not something that can be really quantified, that this class is more rigorous than this other one, and that this one is going to get a grade bump and that one is not. we just can't get into that fine a line. And then there's also, you know, a particular class that when taught by one teacher is quite rigorous and taught by another one is not. So I don't think we can legislate this. I'm sorry. I understand the issue, but I don't think we can do it.
Well, I think that Trustee McNicholas said she would pass the item as is.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting any different wording. I'm just,
Concerned about a problem there.
yeah. And
So
we're creating an incentive for kids to not take classes from our teachers and go take them at Saddleback, which one of the other trustees says they may not be ready for anyway, but we're giving them an incentive to go that way.
I have a question under the current considerations. So it's a temporary policy and it says in parentheses for up to 2 years. So how do we decide if it's a year or 2 years? Do we, in a meeting a year from now, decide whether we're extending it for that second year, the way it's written? Because that language is also in policy number 32 for the calendar. And I just wondered what we mean by that.
That's correct. We would be able to come back to the board and say, would you like to keep this policy as it states today or return back to its original language? And we would work with the policy or work with the trustees to determine next steps. So we could bring it back in a year and say, this is what we've learned. This is what was successful and we recommend continuing it. Or we could say, this is what we've learned and this is what we'd like to change and work with trustees on those changes.
Okay, so my question is that normal policy that when it's a temporary policy, it automatically comes up, or we'd have to remember to ask you?
We would put reminders to make sure that we bring it back up in a year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've been here a long time and these are the first temporary policies I've come across.
I'd also like to just reinforce that we did really work with CUEA on this policy as well. I want to appreciate the time they spent providing input around returning back to marks and letter grades. So that's also part of, I think, important part of the policy in itself.
Yes.
I think we have to extend the meeting again.
Yes, but how about if I play chicken and ask this question? Can I have a motion to approve item 31?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to call the roll. Trustee Hanachek.
But I need everybody to also, in all these conversations, we need to be thinking about and working with CCA. I have yet to been able to get all these comments in about CCA versus Saddleback. So sorry, aye on the item.
Okay. Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye, if we bring it back in a year.
Okay. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. That one passes 7-0. And now I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting for 10 minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Here we go again. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. That's 7-0. We have 10 minutes. And we're at second reading of temporary board policy T6111 school calendar. And this would be the second to the last item on tonight's agenda. The only remaining item being item 3. So the penultimate item. How's that for?
Move approval of staff recommendation on board policy T6111.
Is there a second?
Second.
Comments on item 32? I'll go to a vote. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye. And do they go dark after midnight? People said they can't see us anymore.
We're all good here and I can see you all. Perhaps on the live stream, not on the...
It's live stream I was talking about. I can see it too.
Yeah. Okay, so we're at T6111, excuse me, the second reading, and I was about to take the roll. To approve the item, trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
trustee Holloway,
Aye.
trustee Jones,
Aye.
trustee McNicholas,
Aye.
and I vote aye. And that brings us to item 3, because we have set aside 29, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37.
We
And,
have to do 38.
oh, we have to do 38. I'm sorry.
Facility.
First reading, charter school renewal. That's not it. Just a minute. My eyesight's failing at this hour.
School facilities.
Yeah, I'm
What
going.
John's been waiting for.
Very fast. Very last item.
Use of facilities. Okay, first reading. Clark, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go fast. So this is an update of the use of facilities. What it does is it aligns our fee schedule with a calculator that's provided by the California Department of Education. We're going to phase in the fee increases over a 3-year period so people can get used to the increases instead of doing it all at once. It also brings the policy up to date with the Civic Center Act, current law, and the policy and who gets charged matches our current practice. So there's no changes in the way school-connected organizations are charged or not charged. So any school-connected organization that's signed an MOU with the school district and the PTA, there's no change in the way their fee schedule will be applied.
Thank you. We have no speakers on this item. Any comments or?
I have a question. Under current considerations, why do we think it's important to have in the language aligns more appropriately to and reflects current CSBA language? Really? Do we have to align with CSBA?
Not necessarily. I think that might be to really align with the structure that CSBA recommends, but really this is to align with current law. That's really what it's bringing it up to date with current ed code.
Well, that's what I figured. I just didn't know why we had to add that in about aligning with CSBA.
CSBA has to get their add into all of our policies. Trustee Bullicus, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to pass, oh, I gotta scroll back up. Board policy 1330, use of school facilities.
Second.
Board President.
I think that was Colleen.
I apologize. Board President Reardon, we need a motion to waive second reading if this is a first reading.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Okay. I move we waive second reading.
All right. So we have a substitute motion to waive second reading, and there's a second from Trustee Bullicus. I will call the roll, and this is on the waiver. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Abstain.
Okay. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that is 7-0, 7-1-0. Is that right? 6-1-0.
6.
I think we could have done it all at once, saying waive first reading and approve.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to approve the policy.
Okay.
I'll need a motion from Trustee Bullicus. Again.
Yeah, I move to approve board policy 1330, use of school facilities.
Thank you. The second, please.
Second.
From Trustee McNicholas. On the policy, here's the roll call for vote of approval. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Abstain.
Okay. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. So we can dispense with that. And I think that leaves us with item 3. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm going to step out of the room. I could use a break anyway. Okay, you can sit right here or sit in that chair right here.
I'll just yell.
Okay.
So, Amy, what was your concern on this one?
Yes, I pulled it for myself, and then I had several community members point this out. So I just kind of wanted to check in with Clark, and good morning, Clark. We've had Project Dimensions on board since after our last bond, right? What year did we bring them on board to help us start to look at divesting ourselves of the 3 pieces of property?
I can't remember the exact year, but I believe it was about 3 or 4 years ago.
Because it says here we can't exceed the 5 years. So is this their last year?
I'm not sure. It was 5. You can do 5 years. We'll have to check on that.
Okay, so hefty price tag, right? This is obviously people are, when we're in austerity things. And we've been stalled on everything. So I kind of lob it back to you. I don't have the metrics on this, what we're getting for our money. And then I see all the other, and of course it's all sorts of people kind of on the list there. Okay. I just hope we can be, we've got to be more careful because this is $490,000 for a year. And right now we have nothing to show for it. I know we get updates, but we also get those from an attorney. So it's a double whammy. Well, so I don't know what to say around this other than I'm flagging it.
Okay, let me give you a update on where we are with everything. So as everybody knows, anytime you're doing development, the timeline and the associated budget is driven by the cities who approve the zoning requirements that we're attempting to get and by the surrounding community of the development. Typically you're working around with the community. So that really is what drives the timeline. So Project Dimension is assisting the school district with 3 properties that the school district has. One is the South Transportation Facility, which is now—
Clark, I don't mean to interrupt you. You might need to do it for the audio. I know exactly, but you know what I mean? With this same—
I'm going to explain the funding and the budget behind it as well. So I think this is a good opportunity for the community to understand how this will be paid for. And it won't be the general fund. So the South Transportation yard is under lease, and Project Dimension is helping with the cleanup of helping the removing of the fuel tanks.
Right.
Working with the city of Dana Point for any logistics that happen to have the district involved. Right. That is primarily toll. Toll Brothers has made $500,000 in payments so far in their due diligence phase, and that's covering the cost of Project.
So that's covering this. So really, we're ahead a couple $1,000s. So basically, this cost for this service is being supplanted. It's not coming from the general fund. That's all I want to know, bottom line.
But then the Los Ramblas property, that's being funded by the Mello-Roos in Pacifica San Juan.
It still means it doesn't go to our school because it has to go to these guys. I get it. I understand.
Then we have Paseo de Colinas that they're helping us with. And the direction from the board was to actually do a development phase there. And that's paid for temporarily out of the general fund. But when Laguna Niguel, which is expected to approve the plan in the end of the year or towards the end of the year, then we'll go out to bid for the property. And then the proceeds from the sale will go to pay the cost to get the zoning, we'll sell the property, and then the net. But the benefit of all of these will go to facilities in Dana Point.
Right. No, I know. You don't need to sell me on it. I just, it's just what it is. And I just think there might be, we got 5 years anyway. We might be at the 5th year with them as it is. So thank you. I'm good.
You're welcome.
Okay, and there's the item for New Vista School is why Jim is recusing himself out of that one. With that explanation, do we have a motion to approve item 3 from consent calendar?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, moved by Amy, second by Judy. Roll call. Amy. Judy.
Aye.
Krista.
Aye.
Patricia.
Aye.
Gila.
Aye.
And I vote aye, so that says 6-0-1. Passes.
We done?
We're done.
So before we're done, I just we pulled the board policy. I think on first read it has to be unanimous. So I'll bring back the facilities policy on consent for ratification August 5th.
Okay, and that wasn't unanimous because
Trustee-
Patricia was,
I had to abstain. I overlooked that in my board book. I'm so sorry. I didn't
No
read
worries.
it.
I just wanted to get that on the record. We'll do that.
okay.
All right.
Move adjournment.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Oh, I've got to vote.
Aye.
All right. Trustee Hanachek.
Triple I.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Holloway.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
I forgot Gila.
And I did got Trustee Jones.
Oh, sorry.
Trustee Jones, and I vote aye, 7-0. Good night. Good work.
The time is now 12:10.